I know.
Quickly.
Thanks very much.
No problem.
That's great. No, it looks. So I wasn't interfering because it all looks as though it's been done very competently, and I saw Rebecca come through, and I've heard how you're going to deal with questions.
Yeah.
And so those are broadly my main concerns. The only other one, where obviously we've looked at a number of people it's finding it better to be remote because I understand you've got a camera focused on there. Camera focused on here. Yeah, and why not? In the sense that the more it suggests that the meeting is small, the better it will be.
Yes.
As you will understand. Indicating acres of open space beyond would we're trying to create illusion.
Well, given time, you could have
I know, no. Yes, the CGI audiences.
yeah.
Just us. This is our first. We've done it. We've been involved in it. This is our first. We've got thoughts for some others, but it's actually understanding how we've done things.
One thing I would recommend you do as an organisation have your own YouTube channel. It's easier to set up. Somebody who's got the password, whatever, come here,
Right, good morning everybody. I've got one screen today, so I've managed to do the technical bit. But welcome to the CAAV spring briefing in Harrogate. Welcome to you in the room, but also welcome to all our members who are joining this first ever hybrid event and virtually. So we have 70 or 80 in the room, but we also have 40 plus streaming to us live. And we're doing that quite deliberately as an experiment today. I had no fear about experimenting with the north of England because that's how we're going to run our national conference in June. And I will make an unashamed plug for the National AGM and Conference at the end of June in Liverpool. We look forward to seeing as many friends as possible from the north of England at Knowsley and in Liverpool. And if you're unable to get to Liverpool and enjoy the Cavern Club on Wednesday night and the Knowsley Estate on Thursday, then please do join us virtually for the conference on the Friday, which is really shaping up to be an interesting day. Few housekeeping points before I start. No alarms or fire drills are planned for today. So if the alarms do go off, fire escape doors at the back and to the side and leave in an orderly and swift fashion, please. Cloakrooms I'm sure you found, but they are to the left here and at the entrance where you came in. Lunch and all coffee breaks will be taken in the area where we have just received you in the other room. And then we come to questions, please. If you're asking a question in the room, Jeremy's team will be out and about with roving mics. Please stand and identify yourself before asking your question. If you are joining us virtually, you should see on your screen a chat box. If you can please put your questions in that chat box, and then when we get to the question sessions within the programme, again, a member of Jeremy's team will relay those to the panel. We are joined today and being addressed today by Jeremy's team. So Jeremy, Flossie Freeman-Inglis, Rebecca Collins, who not only are we being joined virtually by our audience, but we're going to be joined virtually by Rebecca remotely, who will be speaking to us from home because she is unfortunately recovering from COVID, but she's able to join us today, for which we're extremely grateful, and Richard Sanders is here too. We're also pleased to welcome Emma Grunwell from DEFRA and her colleague John, who were, there they are at the back of the room, thank you, and they're based on one of the tables out there. Emma and John have come from DEFRA. They're on the information and advice rather than scheme design side of DEFRA, but they've come out because they want to positively engage with us, with our members, to hear our views. So please do talk to them. Emma will be speaking to you later this morning, but please do, they're going to be here all day, so please do engage with them. They'd like to hear your views also from an information and an advice perspective. But Emma will talk to you more about that shortly. Lastly, and I'd just like to make a plea, please. As the agenda for today sets, we are in a hugely exciting period of time for the agricultural sector. There's an awful lot of change going on that Jeremy and his team will talk about. And it's a wonderful opportunity for us to be practicing. So I hope you enjoy the wide-ranging agenda we put forward today. I look forward to receiving engaging and challenging questions for our panel. And please, finally, if you have a mobile phone and you're in the room, can you please make sure it is off or on silent, otherwise I may exercise the President's prerogative. So without further ado, I will now ask Jeremy to open this morning's session. And if we didn't have enough to deal with in the world, we then get the issues that Ukraine has thrown up, and we thought it was important and interesting to ask Jeremy to say a few words about that before we move seamlessly into his paper on policies. Jeremy.
Well, thanks very much. Thanks for the kind introduction. It seems slightly churlish after the way you presented that just now to delve directly into the question of the Ukraine. But we found in the briefings we've been doing since the war broke out that it is useful to try and say some words about the agricultural consequences of it. And so it turns up on these slides. I will talk for a little bit about that, and as Andrew said, then move on to look at where we're going around the development of agricultural policy for England and some land use questions. Flossie will then come and talk about water and some nutrient issues, and then Emma will come to the platform just to talk a bit before we get to the 11 o'clock and run from there. I hope this afternoon to be able to cover towards the end of the day whatever of interest may or may not have been said by the Chancellor in the spring statement coming out at lunchtime. Again, it's a question of what papers come out and what he's actually said and what we can do in time, but there may be some things in there, and that may therefore mean, again, further fresh material for you as we go through. So without further ado, really this is looking at early market effects. I mean, all of you who've seen the news will have no doubt about what's going on in the Ukraine, and I was talking with a man on Monday. He's involved in a farm in the south. Most of his farmland is near Kherson and under Russian tanks, and his storage is still in Ukrainian hands. The farm manager, English, went with his Ukrainian wife in late February up to Kharkiv in order just to have a break, and they've been there under shelling ever since. Possibly this morning's news indicates that some of his farmland may be now back under Ukrainian control. But what we have got, in effect, if we're dealing with this in rather colder market terms, is that the Black Sea has closed. And the Black Sea is Russia's warm water ports, the drive of Russian foreign policy through the 18th and 19th centuries, and it's Ukraine's only ports. And you were looking here at access for a very significant fraction of the internationally traded portion of world combinable crop produce. We're looking at 30% of wheat. We're looking at significant quantities of maize going out for livestock feed. And we are quite critically also looking at 80% of sunflower seed oil coming out. Now, those markets go very directly into some of the most troubled parts of the world. They go into the Middle East. They go into areas like Pakistan. They also go to the World Food Programme, the humanitarian side. Half of that wheat comes from Ukraine. They may now have to be feeding Ukrainians. So we're looking, those are not supplies that come to us, but we live with the market effects. That very substantial tightening of markets is something that you have seen revealed in the prices. So you have got wheat now at feed wheat going out for May at pretty stably around £300 a tonne. You've got feed wheat for November. Well, I'll come back to this because I'll tell it as a tale on this slide of 3 harvests. Now have gone from 240 to 250, and when I looked yesterday, 260 a tonne. Rapeseed, when I checked the other day, was going through Paris at £740 a tonne. It actually now looks nearer 800. And that's the consequence of that loss of oils, vegetable oils, as well as of the wheat crop. So you're looking at very substantial market effects for now, because we went into this with the prospect of the lowest carryover crops for the end of this harvest season for many years. You've probably removed from the world supply something that is loosely equivalent to those carryover stocks. So this is now very, very sharply tightened. And that quite possibly means for some people that if they can sell, if they've got 21 crop left to sell, that will be very rewarding for those who are in that position. They will have bought their fertiliser whenever they bought it, and we'll pick up on another question about that in a moment, but they will, those will be costs that were committed very often for many people at lower prices, and it's amazing how many people come up these days and say how well they had bought their fertiliser. Don't necessarily hear from the others, but we'll talk about those in a moment. But it is looking at that prospect that is there, but the thing I think to draw out before getting on to look at where we might be going, is that's only the first order effect. This will reverberate around the world, and it will reverberate for some years. Let's go back 14 years, 15 even, 2007, we saw the first wheat price spike. In 2010, we saw the second wheat price spike. That was one of the prime drivers of the Arab Spring. The cost of wheat in heavily subsidized markets for bread became the point where governments had to deal with the cost of that and prompted the overturning of governments in Egypt, in Tunisia, revolution in Libya, and of course the Syrian civil war, never minding other things around. And those things are in prospect again. We may look at where governments in the West go doing radical things, but I think we could well see people doing radical things to governments in very troubled parts of the world. And the consequences of that will again come home to reverberate. We are looking at Lebanon now rationing grain so it only goes into bread. We saw the Egyptian pound devalued on Monday. We're looking at those kinds of challenges coming through now. So that gets us round about to July. The war will still be on. Ukraine may well have been able to plant some. I mean, there's a hope in Ukraine they'll have got 70% of what they've done in the past. But have no illusions about their ability to move it. They may be lucky to feed themselves if between landmines and destruction and farm workers gone off to fight, they're actually able to get anywhere near that figure. But look across the border. Credit in Russia for people doing similar spring planting will be out at 27%. Losing spare parts now with sanctions for machinery. And again, more or less complete inability to move crop out of the Black Sea. So you're then looking at very limited capacity to move crop by train westwards, if they can by sanctions, but the wrong rail gauges get in the way. And it's an awful long way to take grain eastwards. So we're still looking at a very significant fraction of crop not there for the coming 22 harvest. Effectively, the dice are already thrown for the 22 harvest. Brazil's crop, the southern hemisphere is down, Brazil with drought. We're now looking at farms from Texas and across the world holding back on fertilizer. Some of that, we may well be able to live for a while on fertilizer available in the ground and just live on reserves in all of this. We may be able to do some more spring planting. But on the whole, the die for the northern hemisphere crop is cast, and I think you see that coming through in forward prices. And then we come to what we do in this autumn. And that I find the hardest, in a sense you can build predictions out of what I've just been playing with. Come to this autumn, I think none of us can actually call how and what position we will be in to establish. Because some of the prices that we're talking about, and people have bought fertiliser towards £1,000 a tonne, people have paid, the spot price back end of last week, I think for red diesel was 151 pence. It's eased back now, it's around about 120, and probably a more stable price. But nonetheless, we are looking at prices that frankly tell you far more about lack of availability than they tell you about price. And where we are in terms of how people want to use inputs and what they do and how they approach the coming autumn harvest, autumn establishment, I think remains to be seen. We had fertiliser problems, of course, before. I mean, we're really looking at a crisis on top of a crisis on top of a crisis. We had all the COVID disruption. We then had, and I do see this as separate, we then had the recovery, the differential stuttering recoveries by different countries at different times. Post-pandemic, the States coming through strongly, China coming through, then shutting cities down, then coming through again. But the supply chain I see as a separate post-pandemic crisis in which we've got ships in the wrong place, we've got containers in the wrong place. We've seen the effect of that in terms of building costs for steel and timber. Again, products of the international supply chain coming through in all of this. And we saw in the autumn the effect on fertilizers of high gas prices. Because China, having increased its demand for gas, has also told its energy companies to secure gas stocks and other energy stocks. And the quote is simple, and it comes through in various of the reports, at all costs. So Chinese imports of natural gas in the second half of last year went up by nearly a quarter. And there you see the gas price. And gas is the main component for nitrogen fertilizers. So we saw in this country, CF fertilizers, at that point the major producer, simply saying, we can't do it. Livestock, they'd seen a fall in demand because price had gone up, and we'll see in a moment that's very largely livestock farmers saying, well, we'll hold back, prices will come down, won't they? And we then saw the government and the country realising that we might be about to run out of carbon dioxide, which all of a sudden we want carbon dioxide, in one of the minor paradoxes of all of this, because it's the gas that cools gas-cooled nuclear reactors. It's used in food packaging as well as in slaughter. It's used in operations. It's used in fizzy drinks. It's used in all sorts of places. And the government very briefly made cover for CF fertilisers and the CO2 buyers to negotiate a 3-month agreement, then renewed in January. We're still under the second agreement. But what that means is CF fertilisers are using one plant here rather than two, and the fertiliser production is effectively a byproduct of CO2 production. We're then looking at fertiliser plants across the world in exactly the same boat. There's nothing UK-based about this. China was cutting back on phosphate plants in Yunnan because of electricity costs last summer. Romania has shut half its fertiliser production. You can go around the world and see those patterns in response to cost and in response to demand. So we're going now looking at livestock farmers who in a very, very sweeping summary, livestock farmers have not ordered their fertiliser. Livestock farmers now looking at what on earth they do. Arable men broadly ordered and will broadly get what they ordered, albeit at a price. And the consequence of that is where on earth we are for winter feed. So different people will have different strategies. Some people will buy the same amount of money as they bought before, use it and see what happens. We are, I think, seeing, and you will know more here about what's going on in this area, but from around the country, I'm picking up on a much stronger demand for grass keep. Have a larger area of grass rather than fertilising the area of grass you've got. And that's seeing rising grass keep prices, certainly in some parts of the country. Irish sources will tell me that clover seed has now got remarkably dearer in this. Again, people looking for different ways of trying to come out of this. Animal values remain high. But looking at how people do what in all of this, and the only moral, I'm afraid, is the retrospective one, that happiness is to have a completely full silage clamp at the end of this winter. So we look at, that's as we go into the winter, and frankly, I think, as you've gathered, I've painted that question of uncertainty around arable farming as we go into the winter, livestock farming looking at the winter, but bluntly, whatever people are thinking now, I think that's going to be the larger time for challenge and question in society and the economy as we look ahead on all of this. So we talked about fertilisers. We talked then by implication about how we try and handle that. Mentioned here the farming rules for water. Those are being looked at anyway by DEFRA in the light of issues that have come up. This will drive an enormous amount of care in nutrient management. Again, we're going to try and see more about that, and I'll pick up on slurry storage a bit later. In the oil market, farmers are good at watching the red diesel price, but actually I would point you to watch the red diesel price more than Brent crude. There are particular reasons in the structure of the world market why diesel is the fuel that is under particular strain. Costs of refining, stronger world demand for diesel than for oil, and so you are looking at the diesel market being more difficult. And we simply, again, waiting to see quite how that unfolds and how it moves, but if we get 4% of the UK gas from Russia, we get about 13% of our diesel from Russia. And all this, of course, is much, much worse for certain European countries like Germany. Feed costs, of course, go in, and really right at the exposed end of that spectrum are pigs. But you saw George Eustace talking yesterday to the Food and Drink Federation, looking at the upward pressure that Two Sisters will tell you about regarding poultry. And, of course, British feed wheat is in part largely a play on the British poultry sector. Sourcing and sourcing food, sourcing maize, all of this becomes issues to play with. And beyond that, supply chains, and looking at that. And I think what I'm seeing now in building cost supply chains, and just a digression on this, I've made the point already about internationally supplied parts of the building chain. Timber more than doubled, easing back. Steel nearly doubled on a plateau. And we've been looking at this more closely because Kate, some years ago, 2018, did the survey for our building reinstatement costs summary. That, of course, is an interesting document in the light of current circumstances. We are talking about whether and when we would do another survey. We would have done it probably last year. But
events were not looking, to make it a very stable time to be doing that. We are trying to call the judgment as to when is a time to come out with a document that would be stable, as opposed to one that would be interesting. What we're looking at doing in the meantime, and you'll have seen a website note on it, is looking at where we are on movements of components. So I've given you the movements on timber and structural steel. Labour is already rising, and that's probably with us for a little while. I gather brickies are now charging an attendance fee in some markets. Can we please to see the brickie? Make sure you just take a photograph of him. What I think we're now seeing since the new year, and it's beginning to show up in the statistics, is that high energy products are now beginning to rise in price. And by high energy products, I mean cement, I mean bricks, I mean tiles, I mean sanitary ware, all the things that are intensive users of energy. And that is something I've seen in the European market. It's beginning to come through in prices in this market. And that then is a reason for a further lift in building costs from that side. If the other costs have stopped rising, you're now seeing this component showing quite serious signs of lifting and coming through. So some signs from some manufacturers of easing back on brick production and so on. There's a rumour that Bayes, the government department, has gone talking to the brick manufacturers about if it became a gas crisis, could they actually ease back on supply in order to conserve gas. There are similar pressures on gas coming through on the renderers for fallen stock, but they may well see the price of tallow rise in conjunction with oil. So a whole lot of things to watch around this. This ripples through the economy, and it's that reverberation, political risk abroad, rising costs at home, the follow-through of all of this, really quite substantially. So we have much on this slide talked through. If there's really a moral in all of this, and we'll see what the Chancellor says today, if we want to fund public services, and now in that very clearly deciding that defence is an even more important public service, we are going to need to have a strong economy. That means cracking the productivity issues, the efficiency with which we produce, the profitability of the British economy and British businesses and British farms within that. And the Chancellor made some very interesting comments around this in his MICE lecture of the other week, looking at tax as the first numerate Chancellor we've had for some decades, the need for tax design to look at how we stimulate innovation, how we stimulate business investment, how we stimulate skills, all challenges to the British economy and relevant in farming. But we then come to where we then go. And we may, in the short term, we have since last summer been fueling the refiring coal energy at Drax. We will use more gas. But I think these are temporary measures of transition. The moral being drawn at the moment is that between nuclear and renewable, we move down new roads. But behind that, irrespective of any of this, the pressures of climate change mean that we are likely to double the amount of electricity we use between now and 2050. Doing that with an accelerated shift to renewables is a very considerable challenge and directly comes back to fields near your clients, as does, of course, all the work in dealing with the infrastructure of getting not just the production of that energy, but the transmission through the grid and the distribution of that energy over cables across your client's land to your client's farms and villages, all of whom will be wanting much more of it for their heat pumps, for their electric vehicle points and everything else. But the probable acceleration, the government looking to announce a plan next week around where energy policy now goes, is something that would be really quite stimulating, I think, for a lot of work. Talk of more permitted development rights for smaller scale solar, planning guidance for larger scale solar. You know, the kickback we're beginning to see in parts of England against significant land use change to solar. We'll have to confront this. The dispute in Cabinet we've heard about on the radio this morning over how much onshore wind we actually move to. And fundamentally, the major problem of grid connections running through all of that. And so we come back to looking at, I think, a world in which, with that one possible tweak, if you like, to the balance of policy around renewable energy, I don't see a shift in the balance between food and climate change issues. I simply see them all becoming more intense as pressures. All the work that we deal with is simply going to become much more important. The climate change issues, go look at the Australian floods, go look at Storm Arwen and the 4 storms that came after it, the 5 storms that came after it. All that's there if you ignore it, it'll all carry on happening. All those pressures there are just as strong. The challenge of managing all of that is a very big one we have to handle, and it's made all the more difficult by what's gone on in Ukraine. Difficult for the people there, but difficult for the world to try and manage in a much less certain place. We'll talk a bit about the jigsaw in a moment. What we're looking at is all the straight edges of the jigsaw having been swept off the table by Putin's invasion. So, try and get nearer a jigsaw. Here we are, headlines. Let's look at what government policy is really about. You will hear it contested by farming spokesmen and by environmental spokesmen, and many farming spokesmen wanting to ease the pace of change. Many environmentalists enormously keen on as much change as possible, favouring their own particular sector that they wish to see promoted. In between is DEFRA, and I'll try and talk you through how I read DEFRA's policies and what they're trying to do. And in this, and this is more wider than DEFRA, but the masterpiece of legislation for this, it came second, but it's the master legislation, is the Environment Act. The Environment Act is seen to enshrine the government's aim not just to inherit policies from the EU of managing environmental decline, but of turning the oil tanker round so that species abundance decline is halted by 2030 and environmental improvement follows thereafter. And those are very major challenges indeed, and I think it's worth watching the banners that are around that. But as the government has to manage this practically, the government has those goals, but it knows it can't just wave a wand and do it overnight. Under that umbrella, we have most, or a large part of, the Agriculture Act. And that's most of the financial assistance schemes coming under the Agriculture Act. And what that's saying very broadly, and you can just look at several speeches from the Secretary of State at this one, the broad direction is that over a transition period in which farmers continue to receive eroding sums of basic payment until the last one in 2027, farming moves to being an essentially unsubsidised sector in terms of income support. It still receives very substantial support through tolerance in the planning system, through tax reliefs and other areas, and those are privileges which other sectors will say that they would look at reasonably enviously. And the government will put in productivity support, capital grants, and we'll come back to those funds a little later on in these slides. But it's there to find its place in the market. The next strand in the government argument is there is still all the money that was there before, at least until the end of this Parliament. And that money, though, is over time being repurposed. It's being redeployed into these financial assistance schemes, into environmental schemes, public money for public goods, the productivity grants, animal health and welfare schemes, and the like. And there is a process of transition going on. But that money is then fulfilling a different purpose. And go back and look again at some of George Eustace's speeches. What he will say is, you will then farm your farm as a business. We would like you, because we need these options to work. We would like you to take up these schemes. We would like you to go into SFI and local nature recovery. But there are options for you. You don't have to. Those are your choices. And of course, the government's moving to a transactional approach in this, moving away from compensation, income foregone and cost incurred. The government is moving towards this business of buying public goods for public money. And we see them pricing them, payment principles paper last June, again, very open textured, very much feeling its way forward, but pricing them in the mind of the verities of markets across time and across the world. What will attract you to sell me those goods? And is it value for my money as a buyer? And there's nothing novel in any other market about that. But that's where this is going. And seeing that clearly takes you through, and you'll see this as we go through these slides, takes you to the transition period as a time in which there's no time to lose. No time to lose at looking at making businesses better, at helping manage the transition, because these are large tasks for family farms, for estates, for small businesses, and things, particularly if they have to engage with the planning system or generational renewal, take time to achieve and to do. So, see them as options, not as salvation, and don't see them as simply new ways to get BPS. And we'll talk a bit more about the economics of BPS in a moment. But it's that point about watching the money move. And the bottom half of this slide then starts looking at where the money goes, because I think that's probably quite interesting. It's still subject to some political controversy. But the top half of the slide here points out, firstly, the bit you know, that basic payment the last payment, and for many people, an almost trivial payment, will be in 2027. We know the path to 2024, but actually watch. Payment will be delinked from farming or having land for 2024. Next May's BPS forms will be the last ones you fill in. 31 years after the first IX forms in 1993. Just as a passing comment to an audience, many of you will have had BPS as your annual contact with clients. The chance to sit down, know what's going on in each field, talk through all the other things. If you haven't already started thinking about when you might want to have a regular contact with clients, I think probably it's worth doing now, just to maintain those links as we run through. But looking at where the money's going, 10% of it, 240 odd million a year, so useful money, is going into the productivity grants we'll catch up on. 90% is going into the public money for public goods. Very, very largely environmental. That money at the moment, and then this may come under some political challenge, is to be split equally three ways. Of DEFRA's three great workhorses to be fully in harness by the end of 2024, SFI is due to take a third of that, available effectively to everybody, what you can do while farming. They're expecting, according to which paper you read, a take-up of between 55 and 70% to farmers. So at least 30% might not take it up. And some of you will have heard James Peck in Cambridgeshire on the radio a month or so ago declaring exactly that. The other two-thirds is very specifically much more focused on more serious environmental measures, possibly alongside farming, sometimes instead of farming. Local nature recovery is where woodland creation, peatland restoration will go, habitat creation, more significant matters, and landscape recovery more so at scale. Very, very crudely, if that split stands, roughly 60% of the money is going to go on about 5% of the land. Now, some of that will be parts of farms, so it's not just saying it'll be discrete blocks. You will have steep parts of farms and so on, wet parts and so on. You'll want to enter into some of this. But it comes back to what I think is the moral I've already begun to try to hint at, which is where this drives people to is schemes are interesting. Looking at the business is much more serious. That's actually where this policy is taking people to look much more clearly at their businesses. And that's the challenge for the client to use, and we follow through on looking at this. But the government's policy, again, just to stress this tension, if you like, on the slide I've just passed by, between looking at it from the farm and looking at it from the environment end, the government is stressing the value of nature. The Das Gupta report, senior Cambridge economist, commissioned by the Treasury, 600 pages. Let's just boil it down. We've been drawing down on nature's bank for several generations, and we now need to put some money back. And that essentially is that the society and the economy, future growth will need that, answering climate change will need that, very closely linked to issues around biodiversity, and that's where the policy driver goes. And we're looking then at this repeated aim, expressed through the 25-year environment plan, now statutorily entrenched and shortly to be replaced as environmental improvement plan for government policy in this area. We have the Environment Act setting out now, and again the consultation came out in middle of last week's spring briefing, with targets, high-level targets for species abundance, for air quality, for water quality. We get local nature recovery strategies coming through as effectively the second volume of a local development plan, looking at where habitats are. we have the government moving now in consultation out on this, forest risk products. So let's just think that one through very briefly. There are chunks of the world where we understand forest is being removed illegally under the terms of local legislation. And that will be true in Brazil, and it'll be true in Indonesia. That land is then being used, it's being logged, not just for the logs, but the opportunities for production. It's being used to produce soy in Brazil, it's being used to produce palm oil in Indonesia, it's being used to produce cattle in Brazil, that then go on to world markets. And what this policy is saying is produce from those lands, illegally deforested lands, is barred from UK supply chains as the policy develops. Well, trying to do traceability on cattle in Brazil, yes, the laugh from down there expresses it. Tracing palm oil. Now start following that through as to where we then go into feed markets, opportunities for substitutes and all the other things, how that again ripples through the landscape. We're looking at quite significant changes coming through. And then we have the mystery of the 30 by 30 policy I'll come back to. Here's George Eustace on the policy of reversing decline. And alongside all of this, just to stress air quality and water quality as key DEFRA objectives. Air quality, when we were in the European Union, air quality was probably DEFRA's biggest nightmare. Court case after court case. And yesterday, London declared its first smog alert day since August 2020. Wind-blown pollution coming in from outside, but ammonia contributes to that. Comes back to slurry stores in part. But water quality, again, remains a major concern, and Flossie will pick up on some of those issues. So we have these environmental targets, and these are some of the headlines just coming through. And the second UK Agriculture Partnership is meeting today on soils. The first one back in January devoted to water quality and water issues, and what you see there is looking at soil runoff as a major factor, the major concern about diffuse pollution. So the target to reduce that by 40%, and the things that go with soil pollution into water. Increasing tree canopy, we'll look at that in a moment. The species abundance, extinctions, and then that wildlife-rich habitats, the new habitats to be created, much of that from rural land. We've talked about local nature recovery strategies very briefly. We've got biodiversity gain, and Richard will talk more about that a little later on. Conservation covenants coming with that as part of the legal tool for doing it, and something we wait to see what's going on drainage rates. But all these coming through under the Environment Act as legislation. We had last week the very belated Nature Recovery Plan as a green paper, and this is paving the way to the next Environmental Improvement Plan. And it's mainly about reform of protected sites, so that's SSSIs, SACs, SPAs, and so on. But it gives us some more hints around the 30 by 30 commitment. The Prime Minister described this as 30% of the land area consecrated to nature by 2030. Nature recovery sites are very important in that. Underneath it, we've got 6.5% of land in those protected sites. Getting to 30% is really quite challenging. And what last week's paper tells us is that just being in a national park or an AONB on its own doesn't cut any mustard. That looks to me like about 2.5 million missing hectares. This is the missing bit that we don't understand about quite where all this is supposed to go. The rest is the 300,000 hectares into habitat creation. Well, that's half the land that set aside peaked at. Now, that's all within a recognisable context. This is much more challenging. But also, we're going to get new English environmental assessment, impact assessment rules. We wait for those in the planning legislation probably later this year. So I think the great crested newt becomes fair game, being scarce in Europe, but you can't run a development in this country without finding some. That seems to be the best way to find them, is to come forward with a development proposal. But you can see government moving to protect hedgehogs, moving to protect water voles, red squirrels, curlews, and the like. So a shift, but also a shift in doing this so that people can see more at the front end what it is they've got to work around. But that's all the environmental change, and that's some of the pressure, and we've talked about it, and where government's going. But we're fundamentally looking at a time of farming change in all of this. And this phrase I've used a lot, and many of you will have heard me over the last 3 or 4 years, about a generation's change in a decade. We have the generation that's lived with those 31 years of IX and SPS and BPS forms, with structures of farming and cost structures that have been accommodated by that. And that all goes. in the 2020s, and we have the generations move to net zero by 2050. And a lot of that strikes me as bearing on rural land management in the 2020s. Those two crosshairs coincide on the work that we're doing now. And that's why I see this major pressure for change. But we have the policy change coming through. And it's that 1947 moment we've not had since just after the war to think about our own policies, under our own scrutiny, making our own decisions, and covering all of this off just as we remade the country after the Second World War. But there's real market pressure going on before any of the stuff I described about the Ukraine. We've got changing markets, the rise of the affluent consumer in the Far East, where 2/3 of the world's global middle class will be. You've got trade and that, changing public tastes, but also the means of farming. These new technologies coming through at pace, and the techies love agriculture as a place to test. If you can get a robot that will pick a strawberry cleanly, it'll probably do most NHS operations. The challenges in meeting agricultural difficulties in real-world, corrosive, combative, natural environmental circumstances are such as to make this a very interesting world for those developing technologies. So who can use the new technologies and get value from them? The IT, the data, the genetics, the driverless machines, all the other things that are coming through, the robotics, the stuff being funded at the moment by the second phase of the Farm Transformation Scheme is all out there. And I say on the bottom of this slide, all this is happening, whether those change in markets, those change in tools is happening irrespective of anything else. And it explains the paper that we put out for members that Simon Haley did as his scholarship paper, again on technologies and the profession. But we're seeing deeper change still. Since 1947, deficiency payments, and then in a much more focused way under the Common Agricultural Policy, we have been using public money to support a limited range of key commodity products. We have produced a sector of commodity farmers, and we have now withdrawn support from commodity production. In principle, of course, that happened in 2005, but the hangover is a long time since decoupling. We'll now go through delinking. But as it becomes clear as we go into this pace of change, then I think that becomes really quite interesting as to quite how rural land use, farming businesses then go. The CAP was quite expressly the bargain struck between France and Germany at the start of the European Union. It's a North European plain policy to support corn and to support beef. We then bolted sheep on, dairy came on the side of it, and so forth. But actually, and this underpinned the land uses paper that we published a year ago, looking at, well, where are we going? What will be the land uses for rural Britain outside that framework of support? What will we grow? How will we manage land? And this question of competing land uses. So you have all these issues for farming coming through. The impact of climate change, the flooding, the storms, the mitigation of it, the renewable energy, the carbon sequestration, and adaptation to it. How are we going to shade livestock? How are we going to have housing that will stand periods of high temperature or withstand floods? How are we going to do all these various things, because there's at least as much climate change to come on current policies as we've already had. There's land use pressures. Energy we've talked about, changing technologies, the pressures of public policy and economics in the chemicals companies themselves over where we go on inputs, chemicals, where we go on pollution, those changing markets, and of course labour pressure. And of course at the moment we come back to the Ukraine on that. Something like 2/3 of the seasonal labour that came last year was Ukrainian. Quite a lot of that either may well now wish to be on the front line. So we're now recruiting in Morocco. We're now looking in other places for people to do that. So again, labour pressure and how much and how fast we can automate in that become critical questions as the technologies evolve. So we produce those two strategic publications to come through, looking at businesses. How do you review a business, its finances and everything else? And land uses, the different ways of slicing and dicing this world of change. And so land uses, what land uses where? This competition for land use between all these various things. And some of it resolves relatively simply. And so just two things on this slide. We have the quote from George Eustace, and he used it again on the radio this morning, but it gets it. 60% of our farming output by value comes from 30% of our land. The Dimbleby Food Strategy report said 20% of our land produces 3% of our calories. And you look around the landscape of Britain and you can see why. And so some of those land that produces less food or contributes much, much less than proportionally to it is land that the market might anyway find has other uses. But then we come to the areas of conflict. Classically lowland peat. Nightmare for carbon, very productive farmland. Head-on clash. How are we going to resolve that? And so we're looking at how those things work through. And it's just interesting as a digression, and this is a slide as these things have devolved, I thought better placed here, looking really at forestry as a land use, because we're seeing this now competitive, not just with West Coast Hill in Scotland, it's now competing level for level with some arable land in Aberdeenshire, it's competing in mid-Wales with farmland. And I think the trick to understand here is this is not about carbon offsetting. We'll come to that a little later. This is about simple commercial production. It is aiming to be the low-carbon supply chain of the future. In 40, 50, in the decades hence, when these trees are felled, and they want them to be felled, they don't want them there to be locked up for their carbon, they will be replacing high-energy steel into a low-carbon supply chain for construction or other purposes. That's why they're bidding $5,500 an acre to take on farmland and competing at the margin with farmland and other uses for it. We may be in that phase in the green investment cycle where people are overbidding. They've pushed prices further than markets will go, banking profits that aren't yet there to be banked. But that's the market working its way through. And so I think that's where to understand it. Carbon offsetting is a risk to them, not an asset. It's small sums of money that risks, and we've seen this out of some of the Swedish companies looking at European proposals. You know, Cellulosa Svenska has 2.6 million hectares of commercial forestry it wants for pulp and other things. Last thing it wants is to have its trees required to stay standing, because their business model is to fell them, manage them and then fell them. But that competition for land use, and then looking as we go through a world in which the reactions as basic payment ends, as farmers wring the costs out of their system, as they change their structures and as they adapt, is all key. Because when we come to it in farming, 85% of your average broadacre farm, your average cereals and grazing livestock farm, comes from what they sell. Only 15% comes from subsidy. The figures I've done here, I've now rated for where BPS is going to be in 2022. A 10% movement in yield or price, and that's a lot less than we've seen, is worth now 80% of BPS at 4 tonne a hectare and wheat, 4 tonne an acre of wheat. At 3.5 at £250 a tonne, it's actually more than BPS. Now you're now looking at the relativities between business performance and BPS moving really quite starkly. Again, coming back to my theme, the point of business is business. The emphasis should actually be on making sure that you know where the business is going, and we're running this through. And again, we look at where BPS goes. And in terms of where value of output goes, we have a large third that BPS is quite important to. We have a smaller third that BPS is 6-7% in terms of its turnover. And we have, again, a small third for which BPS is a non-existent function of what they do. And that begins again to tell you interesting things about where the pressures of change might be. And of course, we then have, and all of you will know this from the client base, we have the sheer range of performance between the good and the bad, the top quartile and the bottom quartile. And some of the bottom quartile are quite probably farming and managing land for utterly other purposes and completely out of some of this equation. But the performance of the good is the reason for hope in looking at all of this, because they show it can be done. And the good will get better. And as we open up to new people coming in and more opportunities for the good, so those are the ways forward in a sector which, frankly, in our land occupation surveys show this, has seen more stasis than is good for any sector, certainly for any sector facing the amount of change that I've tried to describe. We've seen more stasis than is good for that, more opportunities for more people to come in and deal with this. This can be a stark slide, but it has a moral. Those of you with memories long enough will remember that we put manufacturing through the mill in the 1980s. And we are still the world's 9th largest manufacturing exporter. We moved into areas where we could add value. We moved into things specialist areas. We moved out of low-value bulk production. We upped our skills. We upped our techniques. Farming, I think, is facing the 2020s with a fairly similar challenge, but with a lot more support than manufacturing then had. And again, it comes back to our ability to manage people through this, whether it's managing people to change, managing people out, or managing people in. But managing that change so it works well for the people is one of the big tasks we have as handmaidens of the industry. And that's the point of the transition period, as people work out all the costs that they've spent BPS on. And I think that's an important moral about BPS. If I do a snapshot now, it's 97% profit. But over the decades, that's been factored into costs and the way people have managed their businesses. And that's where the transition period is such an important feature of where we are. And it's there to be used for all those dynamics in the marketplace that we all understand here as creatures of the market, and managing change as families go through their life cycles and all of this. But it's not time to waste. We're now in the 2nd year of the transition. People were given 2 or 3 years forward notice of the transition coming. We're well through this exercise, but we don't have a cliff edge. But it gets us to the critical question, really, for productivity, the productivity that we have let slide for 30 years, of who will be farming. How do we get the right people onto the right land to do the best job? They will sort, by and large, they will sort the rest with helping hands. They'll sort the technologies. They'll see the markets. They'll do the innovation. But it's having the right people there to do it. And again, I come back to that question of those are the people who will see how to find and win and hold a commercial margin. So if we're looking at farming, what would we look back on in 10 years' time? We're in the early 2030s. What will we look back to see that we had achieved? If we get this right, and there is, of course, in that the implicit and horrible question if we get it wrong, or we don't manage to make the change. And I think I see this spectrum of 5 possible outcomes, and they'll blur, of course, in practice. I think we'll almost certainly see, and we see the signs of it, more food produced under high investment cover. Some of that we already have with pigs and poultry and the increasing volume of glass houses, albeit they're suffering from the wrong end of the energy issue at the moment, unless they rely on other sources than gas, but obviously controlled environment farming and how we use those technologies. High investment, high output, striving hard, probably more roles for some speciality production in that than simply the bulk production of salads, but again, all of that there, more dairy indoors and so on. Our good commodity farmers still being there. Just because I've said we've overemphasised perhaps commodity production doesn't mean anybody's calling for it to go. The good end of this who want to do it and manage the task of reducing unit cost, holding unit cost year on year facing markets, they'll be there. And then we look at probably the area of the greatest interesting development and innovation and variety that you will meet. The people who have land and farm, and then looking at ways to produce things that they don't have to sell as commodities. How do they add value? How do they do something special? How do they build a brand? How do they pick something out where the market will reward them in a way that they can sustain? And that takes you away, if this sector works really, just as with the high investment undercover production, that takes you away from the remorseless farming economics, farming management accounting logic of the last 2 generations, that structural change means fewer farms getting larger. Because these are people who will be piling up business intensity, business output, sales, on not necessarily a larger area, as they add value or find ways to sell things better. Then we move on to people who are still farming, but one of their key outputs will be environmental, and that will be there alongside their agricultural outputs. So quite possibly marginal cereals land heading this way, other things, and then we move into that absurdly vacuous world rewilding, but people who are very broadly producing environmental outputs, and if there are other things going on, they're ancillary or incidental. So you see that spectrum of outcomes coming through. But the emphasis, all the top 4 are about food production in substance or entirely. So we have the jigsaw of schemes. And I've described the world that we've got. I've described how basic payment goes, farmers to make their own business choices, Those choices may mean taking up some of the schemes we'll talk about in a moment. There's a regulatory baseline which will say to farmers, this is what the law requires of you, and watch it rise on water, on animal welfare and on sprays. And then we get where the government steps in to buy things better than the baseline. So we've covered this. We come with the end of basic payment to the lump sum exit scheme. This year's little excitement. I had a call yesterday from a farming organisation. Are you picking up any interest in this scheme? Well, the answer, of course, is yes. It's all the people who've already left, and it's the people who are already planning to leave. They're really very interested in this scheme. I'm getting quite a number of members' queries every day on this particular one. Is it actually encouraging anybody to go who wasn't going to go? No. So the ironies of public policy in this one, but here we are. We are expecting it to open in later April, run to September. If you go in, if you've got a claim, you had a claim in 2018 or earlier, you understand the broad arithmetic, a reference period 2019 to 2021, divide by 3, multiply by 2.35. Bob's your uncle if you then manage to get out of your land and common rights and right entitlements in due order. Very, very simply, you can say this is buying people out of subsidised farming. It's buying them out of farming that almost all that land. They can go actually back into farming other land, but without BPS, without SFI, without delinked payment, without local nature recovery, they are already in the world of 2028 at that point. So you can keep your woodland, you can keep your buildings, you can keep your house, you can keep your cottages, you can keep 5 hectares, but you give everything else up. You hand back all your entitlements. And those, of course, who have gone and passed their entitlements on or sold them, well, their answer to that is go out and buy new ones. And that's a commercial choice. And the last figure I heard on entitlements suggests the market was pricing that fairly fully. But there are options for people to look at in this one. And of course, delinking will pass by this as we go through. The little note that caused a bit of a stir, there won't be for people coming onto land, there won't be access to new entitlements for almost all new entrants and young farmers this year, or indeed I think next. You've got to get out by May 2024 with exceptions. And there you are. Partnerships, one of the areas we dug in and worked with DEFRA on was actually how to make this possible to manage generational change in a partnership. And you now have the rules here that broadly enable that to be done. In all of this with transfers, the one transfer that is not allowed is a transfer to a spouse. Every other transfer within the family is entirely allowed. And again, we worked hard with DEFRA and HMRC on taxation. So it's capital taxation, and you see the material on this slide about how that goes through, and the tax consequences of taking it all up. So what you've got is a lever to prompt conversations. Landlord and tenant are within the family. There's not the riches of Croesus here. The money is not life-changing. But if it prompts decisions that release other assets that produce value, that produce change, that precipitate something that wasn't going to happen otherwise, then it's there to be played with. But I'm talking exchanges yesterday with a member where really the tension is, does the old man take the basic payment, or does the son take on the farm with the remaining basic payment? Trying to get a draw of 2 pints out of the same bottle is not going to work very easily. And so there's an issue there for them just I think, to look at and test. The regulatory baseline we've covered, but just watch that. This is going to be the replacement for cross-compliance, which of course dies with BPS. Countryside stewardship, DEFRA now likes countryside stewardship. It sees it now as a positive bridge to the new world. We may yet move to multiple application years, but of course, you're applying for 23 now. We'll have the applications for 24, and then you're into the new world. We've got these 3 workhorses I've described. This will be the world from late 2024, and then progressively replaces everything else. Sustainable farming, the pilot there, interesting scheme, wide range of options, keeping up with the world, but of course closed for now. Soils coming through in 22, applications we hope in the next, let's say, dark guess June or whenever. Essentially soils, something there for the moorland, and the first opening of the animal health and welfare pathway with diagnostic test, but more standards to come and more development of this to come through. Critiques, we could raise this in a moment, but just raise it here. Critiques of levels of payment are running into the fundamental problem that if these schemes are meant to pay well, DEFRA didn't take enough money off basic payment in the first year. There is a cash constraint, which I rather hope is eased as we move into the 2022 financial year with the more money being taken from basic payment. Because we have these other interim schemes, and this is where I think people find all this quite confusing. This whole jumble of pieces on the jigsaw on the table of schemes that are helping bridge to those three workhorses. Farming and protected landscapes, FIPL. More environmental management for access, and that seems to have been used quite usefully. Again, a financial constraint, particularly I picked up from national parks like the South Downs. That's been there. English woodland creation offer, that's out. That will get folded into local nature recovery. Tree health pilot, and this developing animal health and welfare pathway as we go through. So the productivity schemes, that other 10%. And again here, strong demand has been coming through in response. Farming Equipment and Technology Fund, the smaller grant bit. And again, we talked DEFRA through the business of, can you lower the threshold? Done. Can you raise it so it's now 2,000 to 35,000? Wider range of items. We're talking with DEFRA again at the moment about the range of items. There's a web note giving you a chance to put your own views in. And that we're working towards the second round for this scheme. But that was oversubscribed massively. And DEFRA had to go down looking at the back of the sofa and talking very, very sweetly to the Treasury and so on to turn 17 million of budgeted money into 51 million of actually spent money, and still people were turned down for this. So these schemes are being very well subscribed. Farming Transformation Fund, this is the chunky stuff. We're now moving into hundreds of thousands of expenditure. Water management for irrigation and reservoirs, that's been run. You're pretty much at the end of the application period for improving productivity, looking at robotics, automation, ventilation, slurry acidification coming through on that. Soon we will have added value. The scheme I want you to look at, and already paved some way for on this, is slurry investment. Later this year, in the autumn, there will be the first of a series of schemes that DEFRA will run on slurry storage. You will have already gathered from my remarks that I think if anybody wants to be a livestock farmer producing slurry, they've simply got to look at this scheme. Prepare for it. Indeed, if you think that you can't fund slurry storage even with this grant, then think about it now, and this may be a landlord-tenant discussion, think about it now so that the alternative, the lump sum scheme, can be considered at the same time. Think ahead, don't ask the questions in the wrong order. This starting scheme is for existing livestock farmers who use slurry stores, who produce slurry. They will be to take people, whether or not they meet current legal standards, that's an important little concession, to 6 months covered slurry storage, new or expanded. Again, familiar with all the problems about planning, all the problems about contractors and materials we've already flagged, but this is the start, more will come. And just looking ahead, one of the interesting discussions I'm involved in is those arable farmers who take in poultry muck, who pile up the sewage sludge on a spot of the field, who bring in digestate. They may well want suddenly to look ahead at one of these schemes and think what use they can make of it before they come under the eye as a source of pollution in all of this. The focus has been on the livestock farms. But anyway, farm innovation funds, very much about industry-led R&D, and that's some quite interesting stuff going on there. Some people in the room may well have been in firms that have bid successfully for the farming resilience support scheme. That's been running, I think, quite well from the firms I've talked with on it, but effectively the current round of applications for the main phase is ending about now. Some general policy support for new entrants. And so we come in just the closing minutes to the environment. Back to the environment, the government's theme, and there will be public markets and there will be private markets in this. And the simple question is, if I turn the phrase round, public money to buy public goods, if you're acting for a client, is why should you sell public goods? And it's because you would do it if it makes sense to you. If it's at the right terms and if it's at the right price. Just as you will have clients who would cheerfully agree a 30 or 40-year lease for a solar farm, right terms, right price, then if it's right terms, right price, these deals may be done. But if it's not right terms and not right price, no, right the way through this, we're right back at looking at this through the business. So the synergies with the business, the price for a willing deal, to achieve change or to reward practice. This isn't just simply a dole. This is about buying change. And so it's, again, not like BPS. This is something for something, to use a Welsh consultation phrase. Look behind the labels in all of this, and this is true for the tax analysis of all of this as well. What are the actual commitments? What's being bought and sold? What are your liabilities? And I remember yesterday speaking in London, I think I rocked one solicitor on the question of carbon. The discussion here, let's run it this way. Landlord is very afraid of the tenant wanting to plant trees. The tenant is, of course, going to plant trees all over the place, sell the carbon and disappear off to the Bahamas. Well, in a moment, you'll see that the poor tenant's not going to get very far on his journey to the Bahamas off the price of carbon. You will also see that the tenant, if he gives up, has committed himself personally to a contract that there will be offset carbon available to the purchaser from stuff he no longer controls. You've committed yourself to a forward contract that you've then got to go and honour. Those Californian forests that burnt last summer, a lot of it was BP offsetting forest. Those owners have got to do something for BP's carbon. There's a commitment in here that I think people have underrated. So again, we're looking at value, opportunity and risk, looking at the agreements. We published a paper on the website in November about heads of terms for biodiversity gain agreements, works for other kinds of environmental agreement. Look at this as we go through and understanding it all. Richard will talk more about biodiversity gain. There could well be some significant value in biodiversity gain in some areas, and we're looking increasingly at the pattern of local markets we're more likely to see. It's going to be quite interesting, quite fascinating, but without trying to shoot too many of Richard's foxes, don't look at this as being a large market. Give an order of magnitude, give or take some thousands of hectares, say 4,000 or 5,000 hectares a year, following the development cycle, but coming through. And then thinking about how it all works. But the point that he and I would, I think, both want to stress on these 30-year agreements, just like a solar farm, is the challenge in all of this of additionality. DEFRA is quite relaxed about additionality. It doesn't want to be found by the Treasury paying for the same thing twice. The private investment market, parts of which have got quite rigorous, having had their fingers burnt on offsetting that hasn't happened and other things, will say, we don't want to pay for something that's going to happen anyway. That puts commercial forestry very largely off limits. That puts renewable energy very largely off limits. They're going to want to pay for something where this is money that makes the difference. So some of the peatland projects, this is where extra money does go in and can make a difference. So watching this is really quite critical, and this will affect the way we do some transactions. We may want to wrap as many things up in one transaction rather than find we're then left with things we can't sell. So looking at this, and no, conscious of time, the carbon paradox, just on that phrase, look at that paradox. The paradox is that carbon is immensely important and it is trivial in value terms. So the moral here is that farmers should keep their carbon under their hand. The supply chain will look to them to do it, never minding government, never minding anybody else. Morrison's, Marks and Spencer's, Two Sisters probably, will start looking at you wanting to show that you are making your way to net zero. If you trade your carbon away and then people ask you to go to net zero, you've made your own job much, much harder. So, all that glisters isn't gold. Agriculture's task is to deal with something like 8 or maybe even 10% of UK greenhouse gas emissions. That's chunky, particularly if you're a cattle farmer at this point. And farming is the business of managing carbon. And when we look into private markets, forget the Europe emissions trading scheme at 75 and more pounds a tonne. We're looking at markets here that are very hazy and around £7 to £15 a tonne. And we play that through. I mean, here, Australian deal, £27 an acre, locking you into a commitment to soil carbon levels. What are the penalties if it goes wrong? But here we are. We run through an 80-acre wood oak. That, on an acre, will have 800 pounds of carbon in it after 80 years. You might well want that carbon in the business, insetting more than offsetting. But just watch, again, what people are playing with, and then what you might then, beyond that, have to sell. All the risks of disease, storm and fire, and all the things just illustrated by California. Soils, much harder to grapple with, but most non-organic soils will hold a lot more carbon, perhaps even than trees will. So rounding out on planning, the mystery of England's planning policy. It's disappeared. We had a very exciting, interesting, radical, organised, intellectually coherent white paper 18 months ago. Well, Chesham and Amersham voted that down. And Mr. Gove, I'm not clear, has actually got answers to this one. We need 300,000 houses a year. That's been more or less an official truth for nearly 2 decades, and we haven't been doing it. A completely curious thing is we've actually been building fewer houses than existing homeowners have been buying as extra houses for buy-to-let, for holiday lets, and so on, second homes. And that's a curious conundrum in all of this. We think we'll keep the design code. We may yet reform levies. But how we move beyond this, we don't know. But look elsewhere, because most of the government's talk about planning boils down to talking about housing. What we have, and Flossie will pick up on this more later on, is a completely radical reform of the use classes order in England, meaning the whole load of changes of use are now not development. It's not that they need permission. They don't need permission at all because they're now statutorily defined not to need development. So we have levelling up. We have this challenge that we wait to see what it really means. And it's not very clear in the terms that we're discussing here what's from the white paper, but we wait for legislation probably later this year. That is where we think the planning legislation will come through. And we see those sorts of thoughts about where we might all go. But with that view from the Ukraine, through the larger world markets, through the developments of technology, through the challenges of climate change, all bearing on the little crucible that is your client's farm. The challenge is to review and to act, not to panic, but not to hide heads in sand. A core question seems to me to be, where do they want to be in 10 years' time? And then how do we help them get there? Now, you need to talk them through the answer to the first question, because some people can be aspirational. But strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, where are they in the family life cycle? Understanding the outside pressures. But all this is about the fundamental adult responsibility of managing change rather than being on the receiving end of it. And there's no good reason to defer all of that. And this is ultimately a question for individuals. The point that George Eustace recognises, that policies can be all that policymakers want. Regulation can be very good at telling you not to do things. Tax might influence you a bit. But decisions are made by owners. Decisions are made by farmers for what they want in the world in which they live on the ground that they hold. And that can take people down directions no policymaker had ever thought of. And those are the people we advise. And I hope that's helped start the day to take you through all those issues. So cheerfully now at that point, we will pass by questions for later and to welcome Flossie to the platform to take you into just one of those areas.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. That's an incredible hour. That's the first 2 sessions of 12, ladies and gentlemen. It's a full and fun-packed day that will challenge you intellectually. We promise to keep you awake, but if that doesn't adequately summarise what I hinted at in my opening comments about there's a lot of stuff going on, then the rest of the day will. So without further ado, Flossie's managed to climb Mount Everest, sits at the summit and will talk to us about water and nutrient neutrality. Flossie, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, as Jeremy says, a time for change, a lot evolving, and one of those topics being water issues and nutrient neutrality. Although not new, it is significantly changing and evolving. So, water quality and the control of water pollution from agricultural uses is really a UK-wide focus now, and there is a serious reduction in tolerance for this pollution. Water quality is a major issue. Many of you will be aware of the cost of cleaning water, and therefore the focus from many water companies in wanting to avoid this cost, and therefore putting measures in place to begin with. Last week we had a chief planning letter that was publicly available, and actually there's 2.4 million being funded from a number of water companies in order to have nature-based solutions for avoiding water pollution. I think new wetlands being one of those targets that they've set out. Of course, you'll also be aware of ecological consequences, all of these leading to a loss of tolerance, and therefore much stricter regulations coming in place. The obvious is point source solution. So this is point source pollution even. This is your pollution from the source. So this is your stores, this is your clamps. Obvious, and the tolerance for this really has almost already gone, and it's unacceptable. But the next is the diffuse pollution, which remains. The obvious proxy for this being soil runoff. This is how they sort of test this pollution, and that's slurry, silage, nutrients, soil and chemicals going on the land and elsewhere, and as I say, soil runoff being how this is seen, really. All of these leading, again, to tightening regulations. As Jeremy's touched on, this is not only water, but also air quality, ammonia. He mentioned in London with smog, you know, air quality is coming and water quality. Looking across the whole of the UK for a minute, we have Wales. Wales last year saw the implementation of new legislation that has produced a all Wales NVZ. There are transitional periods within this for change, but this identifies quite how much is going on elsewhere. Scotland, although the NVZ status hasn't actually changed, the rules have, so in effect, it might as well have. The rules for NVZ rules now apply everywhere, although, as I said, the status isn't. And a key one there is the abandonment of grandfather rights. So Wales have kept grandfather rights, but in Scotland they've gone, which means pre-1991 stores have got to now meet regulations. I think the rules coming through are saying that stores possibly have a life of around 20 years, and that's why grandfather rights like these really can't be relied on too heavily now. Northern Ireland, perhaps ahead of the game, has seen nutrient plans and regulations coming in. They've experienced a number of these issues for a number of years, and it's slightly, as I said, slightly more ahead of the game, with intensive poultry, I think, being one of the main issues there. Now looking specifically at England. Section 1 of the Environment Act has identified air and water quality as a priority for legal targets and therefore changes in legislation. We also have the 25-year environment plan. This is the first environmental plan we see, and the first target under there again is clean and plentiful water, showing just how important, really, water and the changes coming are. Under that, we have the efficiency of water use. I'll touch on this later on as well, but as well as that, you have abstraction licenses. The rules here are tightening, and you may want to then look at other solutions to this. Again, I'll come back to this. Legislation-wise and schemes-wise, you've then also got the Farming Transformation Fund. As Jeremy said, the first round of this, water management was the first round, and this is on irrigation and reservoirs. Water neutrality. There's 4 districts in Sussex that have now seen that new housing must be water neutral. This means that the new developments going in cannot increase the water usage in that area. So this is relying on existing housing to reduce its water use. There's a slight need there, but also that this new housing must find other ways of sourcing their water that don't increase the overall use in that area. And so there's 4 districts, a lot of planning developments there seeing this, and I think this is likely to spread elsewhere. Again, we've got the control of abstraction licenses and strictening rules there as well. England currently has 56% NVZs across the whole country. Previous legislation, as we've said, has focused on nitrates, but phosphates are coming there as well. NVZs obviously is nitrate vulnerable zones, and next year, as Jeremy touched on in his presentation, the regulatory baseline for water quality, the agricultural transition is seeing that there will be a move to a requirement to have 6 months storage, as well as the successor to cross-compliance. There's also going to be a requirement there, we expect, for 6 months storage. We've had the review of farming rules for water and RPS 252, bringing in changes to spreading of organic matter. We expect there to be another statement made on this soon. Again, as Jeremy said, you've then got the Slurry Investment Fund. This is crucial for the changes we're talking about. If they're looking at requiring 6-month storage, how are we going to facilitate this change? And here we have the Slurry Investment Fund. We hope to be a very useful tool here. So what's under the Slurry Investment Fund? Jeremy's touched on it a bit, but what will it cover? What's going to be the extent of the works? This is all a work in progress at the moment with stakeholder meetings to try and develop this scheme so that it works efficiently to meet these requirements that government require and the environment requires. What's going to be the size of the development? What are the planning requirements? This is crucial. Currently, slurry stores require full planning permission. As many of you will probably be aware and have experienced, this can be a lengthy process. It can be very challenging. And therefore, there is really a question of government of whether there should be permitted development rights. If there were permitted development rights in place, this would not only make the process faster, but there will be a set route that people can go down to achieve these slurry stores. It will reduce the costs involved, it will reduce the timescale and actually achieve what they want to achieve sooner and hopefully quicker and more efficiently even. Now, phosphates. As I said, many of the previous rules are looking at nitrates, but phosphates are there too and are a growing concern. Phosphates are a powerful nutrient. They contribute to algae bloom, oxygen depletion, species loss, your ecological issues. And then you've got the Dutch N case from 2018, and that's looking, it's a decision that's looking at the protection of designated habitats. These are ecologically sensitive sites. And it's saying that any development on these shouldn't go ahead unless there is scientific certainty of no adverse effect. This is a really important decision, and it shapes a lot of where legislation is going and regulation and again, the loss in tolerance. Development should not be negatively affecting these sites, and it should be working together with those sites. Alongside that, you've got how this actually interacts with planning, how this actually lets developments go through in the way that is most effective and actually don't go against this Dutch N case and don't damage these ecologically sensitive sites. So Natural England and Natural Resources Wales have written to a number of local planning authorities, which is causing quite a bit of fright with these local planning authorities and how they deal with these phosphate issues in planning permission. There have actually been some applications for slurry stores which would reduce in a net improvement in phosphate levels, but because they're in a site where the phosphate levels are an issue, local planning authorities don't know how to go through, how to put the application through and how to go through this problem of phosphate levels, as I said, even though it would have a net improvement. So a lack of guidance there. But as I said last week, we had this chief planner's letter to some local planning authorities trying to provide some guidance, really, on how to deal with these phosphate issues. We don't know which local planning authorities these have gone to, but we hope maybe those experiencing the greatest issues here, mainly focused in the southwest at the moment, and the south generally, actually. But this letter going through is looking at how they deal with these issues. As I've said, water companies have got 2.4 million in funding to try and go through to fund some schemes that might improve this. And also the chief planners have set out 6 weeks where there will be a weekly seminar for these local planners to try and go through how they tackle this issue and how they then deal with developments to improve this. Hopefully, we think this will lead to a better methodology and consistency in how phosphate issues are dealt with in planning to produce something that will, I'm sure, go be applicable across the whole of England, where issues are not quite so at the forefront at the moment, but are there. So deals, what deals are there to be had? It sounds a scary issue, but as nitrate issues are, phosphate issues actually produce great opportunities. There are great opportunities in developments, and there are great opportunities for land managers in order to offset these issues with development. There is, as I said earlier with the example in Sussex with being water neutral, development will be required to be nutrient neutral. How are these deals to be made? You see and Richard will touch on later, in biodiversity net gain, you've got on-site deals and you've got off-site deals. Perhaps with water issues, this will be the same, and it would be a great opportunity for land managers with development nearby or even further afield, perhaps along a water course, to be able to produce these offsetting deals in order to allow development to go forward. We expect, though, that offsetting deals off-site will be much longer agreements in order to produce the outcome required. There are early indications that there are deals actually being made at around 5,000 to 7,500 per house. This is a significant opportunity that many should be looking at. But again, as we said, metrics are going to be crucial in order to be able to calculate baseline and your existing levels and how you get there and what you must do in order to achieve this. So to summarise, as I touched on earlier, we've got the need to maximise the value out of nutrients. This is the management on a farm, and the one key issue we find is going back to water companies and the deals being made. One of the big points on phosphates is they're finding the protection of the land closest to that water source is really crucial in order to reduce these phosphate levels, and that's why you'll see many water company schemes and agreements being around keeping livestock, for example, away from the edge of a water source. And alongside that, you've got retaining soil with its carbon and nutrients. The diffuse source pollution we talked about earlier, that is where the soil is where this pollution is coming through. As the nitrates attach themselves to the soil, and as there's water runoff, you lose these nitrates with the soil runoff. And therefore it's crucial for farmers to keep these levels. You've got costs of fertilisers and the rest going up. It's important that soil, and we know it's coming forward with SFI, we've seen focus there, important to keep the soil and the carbon and nutrients within that. I touched on earlier about abstraction licences, perhaps looking at on-site water storage. Is there sufficient resource on-site to have reservoirs, for example, or something to have on-site water storage? This might then buffer from year to year and therefore reduce costs on-site. And then there's the obvious minimising the risk of liability. We know that NVZ rules and farming rules for water are changing. We've then got phosphate issues. There's the need to minimise the risk and the liability on that land manager in order to be compliant with these regulations. We touched on offsetting deals. You've got on-site, you've potentially got off-site. As I said, off-site are looking at longer agreements. Are the terms of this attractive? This is really crucial. It's going to be the same with biodiversity net gain, and Richard will cover later. Ensure that these terms are attractive for that land manager. Ensure that the deals and the prices that are going forward, are being put forward, are attractive and are not actually limiting the land manager and going forward for other opportunities that might be out there. We see on N-Trade there are actually some deals being made in the Somerset catchment and using auctioning there. I think one of the key messages Jeremy will be aware of with auctioning, and we'll probably say, is don't sell too low. Don't put out a figure there that either isn't going to be making them any money, but it's going to set a price that actually is not achievable and not viable long term. I think these are really the key issues. As I said, this is a time of change. Jeremy said it's a time of change. Water issues and nutrient neutrality are evolving and changing significantly. Scary, perhaps, and a concern to many land managers, but also exciting. There's opportunities for deals to be made, for offsetting for developments with the requirements of housing. There are going to be these developments out there, and therefore you should look out for these deals, but make sure the terms are attractive for that land manager. Thank you. Take questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flossie. Yet another thing to think about. And the fact that the planners have got to get their heads around another issue fills me full of joy. But there we go, another challenge to face and another issue to think about. So can I please invite Emma Grunwell from DEFRA to take to the stage, please. As I mentioned in my opening comments, Emma is here to talk to us about future farming schemes and advice. So Emma, the floor is yours, and thank you for coming this morning.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I think it's a bit unfair to actually stick me up on here and then have that word coffee, because I do know that you would all much be rather looking at a cup of coffee than me, so I will keep it very brief. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for inviting us here today. We're actually here to try and pick your brains rather than us give more information to you at this point. John, a colleague in the background, hand up at the moment, and I both work on the advice, information and guidance team within the Future Farming programme. And we are very, very conscious of the need to improve the advice and information in this period of transition. Last year we undertook some work with land managers and advisors, DEFRA staff, both frontline and sort of back office staff, to understand what some of the biggest issues were in terms of trying to improve that advice and information landscape. And we know that in some areas the volume of information is quite off-putting, and in other areas it's the vagueness of information that's quite off-putting. And we're also really conscious of the lack of join-up and consistency across that information and about the opportunities and the approaches. We also recognised that we weren't making it easy for folks to contact us and to get information in a way that actually made sense to them. And that's from both the advisor perspective and from the land manager perspective. So we have developed an initial proposal for advice, information and guidance. I will fully admit that this first version is from an environmental perspective, and we know that we want to develop it so that it comes more from that whole farm approach perspective. But we're hoping that it enables messages about why to get involved, to be heard better, to provide the structures and processes and systems to make it easier to be involved, as well as the understand where you can access the skills and knowledge, and as well as being able to see where you can collaborate or your clients can collaborate with others doing the same thing, because we recognise from that learning is come from seeing other people doing that. So we have got, and again, I'm not going to go through it here, I know coffee is calling, but we do have some paper versions of that in the breakout coffee space, and we would really love to be able to show you those and just gather your comments, because you're the people on the ground facing some of these issues, needing that information, helping clients get that information. And we're just really really keen to show you what we're thinking, predominantly what's changing or what we're proposing might change, and get your views on that to see whether you think that might help or might hinder. It really is a straw man to be pulled apart. Give us your honest feedback, because we are, as with the schemes, trying to iterate and develop what we put out there to try and be helpful for those that actually have to use that. So I'm not going to say any more. I'm not going to stop you getting your coffee, but we will be out there. We do have a picture to show you, and we'd be very delighted to get your comments. There's a lot of information on the picture. You may well wish to take it away. I know we're always nervous about giving out things in public that aren't policy, so you'll see we've hand scribbled across them all. This is not DEFRA policy. This is just a consultation. But if you want to take it away, we've also put an email on the bottom where you can feedback comments, because we do recognise there's a lot of information to take in, but we're more than happy to talk people through it if you would like. Okay.
Emma, thank you very much. And you aren't stopping them getting to coffee, I am, because we aren't actually at coffee yet. But thank you very much for that, Emma. And I would urge members to engage with Emma and John today. You know, Jeremy and I are finding DEFRA positively wanting to engage with us. They know that we're at the coalface. We know we're there trying to help this work. So do engage with them, do have conversations with them, and do provide them with feedback, because if we work on this together, then we have a better opportunity of achieving the right outcome come 2024. Before we do go to coffee, I am going to invite questions, and Sam and Charlotte are around with, or Charlotte's around with the roving mic. Richard's there looking at any questions coming from online. So are there any questions, please, for either Jeremy, Flossie, or indeed Emma on this morning's presentation so far, please? At the front, please, Charlotte.
Yeah, usual guy. Adrian Thornberry. We talk about enforcement of pollution incidents in relation to water. The Environment Agency seem to be the primary people responsible for that. Our experience is that they are completely not interested and don't really give a flying what's it for when we do point them in the direction of pollution. So whilst you say it's very important, no one seems to really care.
It's audio.
Well, that may be your experience. It may comfort you to know that Southern Water has been fined 90 million. Because that was where I thought your question was probably likely to be running. I think I would have to fall back, even with that experience, on you don't want a client to be found causing a pollution incident. The penalties for that now are such. The UK Agriculture Partnership meeting I attended back in January had it didn't even discuss point source. You know, that's beyond discussion. It was looking at the question of diffuse pollution. I have been involved in the past in trying to extricate landlords from anti-pollution works orders with potential criminal records coming with that. This is territory not to be near. And if a kind state is coming along volunteering half the cost of you getting it right, ahead of future regulations that would raise you to 6 months, as I said, I'm inclined to view that quite positively.
Anything else, please?
Thank you. Ian Langford, Mulgrave Estate. Some advice really regards entitlements and how they're going to fit in with the exit scheme,
Yep.
please.
Yeah. You have to surrender entitlements other than those that you have leased in at the point as part of taking the scheme. If you've not already left, then I think you'll almost certainly make the May 22 claim, and you may even make the May 23 BPS claim. So you're going to need your entitlements for that if you're still in the game. If you've already left as of, say, last Michaelmas, then that's obviously not relevant. Next step is you have to surrender your entitlements, or surrender entitlements of an equivalent payment value to the ones that you had in May 2021, or if your last claim was May 20, the ones you had then. So effectively they're looking back, and all this is anchored against your effectively your May 21 claim for land and your last claim for when looking at entitlements. If you don't hand back the same value of entitlements as you had then, your lump sum payment will be scaled down for the shortfall in what you hand back. So, for example, you made a 21 claim, you then went out in Michaelmas, you passed your entitlements on to the next tenant on the farm, so that was that, or you sold them with the land, so you got no entitlements. At that point, you would get no payment because you've got no entitlements to hand back. Magic answer, but purely a commercial choice, is then do you choose to go out and buy some? And at the moment, on the prices I've heard, you'll be trading off that price against the 2.35 multiplier. And then that's a commercial decision as to whether you do that or not, or simply forego it. That's broadly, if you like, in swift summary for answering a question that invited a statement. If that helps, that's roughly the picture on entitlements. You will see much more briefing on the website on particular points on this, both the original note of 8th February and the note the other day on the draft legislation.
Thank you, Jeremy. Anything from our friends in the ether? No, they've already gone for coffee. Anything else in the room, please? At the back, thank you.
It might be very early days, but just a thought to food security. Obviously, this current government has the phase of ELMS and environment. Is there any discussion at government level as to, well, do we not move on, but you've seen Germany and France looking at taking set-aside out of production. Is there any thought at government level for concentration to food security, given what's happened in the last few months?
Well, I think the food security is an enormous and rambling subject, which is, when as you dig into it, is really rather more complicated than people think. It's not simply necessarily about bulk production. As I said, if you take government DEFRA policy as it stands at the moment, X the 30 by 30 question, then you have something that is relatively marginal in all these terms. And frankly, I would see the marketplace with the kinds of prices that are on offer, subject to availability of inputs, as being a much more powerful force. I mean, I remember when the first week price spike, watching Essex farmers in autumn 07 desperate to return all their ELS money and just get back into producing. It becomes a slightly self-solving problem, and if DEFRA wants to price to buy then these goods, it's got to bid against where the market takes food production. So to some extent, it's self-solving. Answer to your question, is there discussion? Yes, there is discussion in government. The government was to produce a response to the Dimbleby food paper of last summer. It was to have produced it by January. That had already turned into a much larger paper about food and land use, and I think was very largely written until Mr. Putin invaded Ukraine. That is now being completely rewritten, and we're just waiting to see what it says, and I assume now we're looking at June or something for it to come out. But there is, just because you might see the Secretary of State on the radio at the moment looking relatively unruffled about it all, though having to explain why chicken might now go up 30%, there is work going on around these issues in government. I think really, you're trying to think what government can do, at this stage, I might be more worried about inputs. I might want to work out how could I ensure continuous supplies of fertiliser or red diesel. If I were to try to tackle these problems, I think that may actually be more immediate than balances of land use in this at this stage. Where you go medium term, we'll see with this paper.
Very good. Thank you very much. We will now break for coffee. And can we please be back in the room for 11:30 for the next session? Thank you very much.
course. We did see Rebecca earlier on. Well, and we've learned from the Berkeley Summit that you want to be able to see somebody as well as their slides. So, you know, yes. Yeah, no, this is iterative. We are learning. So thanks, Sam. What point are you slipping away this afternoon? Yeah, yeah. Oh, good. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yes. Right. Yes, that's right. Well, I think I'm coming through, so I think I'm now off the platform for a while. No, I'm not on the platform till... Yes, well, 12:30 anyway. Thereabouts-ish. Yeah, no, I agree. No, I know. No, that's why. No, ordinarily, I would welcome you. No. This is absolutely necessary.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please take our seats? We would like to make a start, please. Thank you, everybody. I always knew being an auctioneer many years ago would come in useful at some point. Right, thank you for returning to your seats. So we will now start our second session of the morning, where we are going to tackle the issues of permitted development rights, infrastructure and biodiversity net gain. And time will fly, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be lunch before you can blink. So kicking us off this morning is Flossie again. So Flossie, over to you, please, and permitted development rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As Andrew said, I'm going to be covering permitted development rights and the use classes order and the changes that have come in there. So in England, the overarching framework for development is under the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, and then for permitted development rights, the regulations are the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development England Order 2015. Nicely worded so you can trip up over it. So what is development? I'm going to try and cover what is development so you can see whether works that you're looking at fall within development or permitted development rights, or what's allowed under the use classes orders I'll cover later. So what is development? The definition falls under section 55(1) of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, and that is the carrying out of building, engineering, mining or other operations in, on, over or under land, or the making of any material change in use of any buildings or other land. So under that definition, you then have the forms of development split into works to land and the changing the use of land. Looking at those, under those that particularly be relevant to our members, you've got subsection 1A, which is building operations, which includes the demolition, rebuilding, structural alterations of, or addition to any building and other operations that would normally be undertaken by a person carrying out business as a builder. Then you have subsection 4, which is mining operations. And then looking briefly at engineering operations, a very niche example of this that might be relevant to some members, is actually the placing of a tank in inland waters for fish farming, interestingly classed as an engineering operation. Now moving on to changing the use of land. Under section 55(3)A, you've got where one dwelling house is changed into 2 or more, and that's where there is a material change that takes place there. Then you've got section 55(3)B, which is the depositing of refuse or waste materials on land, where there's a material change in use of the land. And finally, you've got section 55(5), which is advertisements on the outside of a building. Thought, again, a slightly niche one to put in there, but if you've got an agricultural building or a commercial building even on the side of a road, you may be looking at that, but it actually falls under changing the use of land. So in order for the definition of development to not be too great, as you can imagine, it would cover really everything and be quite restrictive. You've then got section 55(2), which covers the exclusions, and therefore what is not. And under that, you have got the works for the maintenance, improvement, or other alteration. And this is where it's interior works or where there's no material affecting, that you're not materially affecting the external appearance of a building. You've then got the curtilage of a dwelling house, and under that they've got change that's for a purpose incidental to the enjoyment of the dwelling, is the wording they use there. And finally, you've got the use of land for the purposes of agriculture or forestry. As I say, this includes afforestation, but to be clear, this is the use of land and not the works. The works might therefore fall under a section under class 6 of the permitted development order. So now the use classes order, Jeremy touched on this earlier, but now we're going to cover this in much greater detail. So the purpose of the use classes order is for the Secretary of State to specify which classes of use for building and other land, what those uses fall under. So it's within which, the change of use is not development. And as Jeremy then said, that means that you do not require permission, you do not require planning permission for that change of use. Whether by order or by a local planning authority. So that's saying whether by an order, for example, permitted development order, permitted development right, or through full planning permission. To be clear again, this is covering changes of use and not works. The original, the first use classes order was in 1948, and the more recent version was 1987. But in 2020, there were some serious radical changes that have significantly changed the structure of the use classes order, and that's the changes we'll be looking at, and that's under statutory instrument 757. So the structure of the use classes order now, after those 2020 changes, is that Part E covers commercial, business and service, and these became one single use class under Schedule 2, which significantly consolidated this use classes order, allowing change, for example, from a restaurant to unintrusive light industry and then to a shop. So quite serious changes in the use, but as they are not works, they can be permitted under the use classes order. Part B then covers business and industrial under Schedule 1. Part C is then residential under Schedule 1 as well, to which extra classes have been added. And Part F is non-residential institutions, leisure and assembly, and that's under Schedule 2. You've then got sui generis, which many of you will be aware of, and that's a use class of its own, and that's under Article 3.6. These changes, as we said, and as Jeremy touched on, have substantially liberalised the planning status for changes of use for commercial property in particular. As I gave you an example earlier, your restaurant to unintrusive light industry and shop are all within that. And then just to touch on again, for commercial, you're allowed permitted development rights, then provide further flexibility as Class E, so these industrial, can change, can change to C3 residential under permitted development rights. So your restaurant could actually go to a unintrusive light industry, to a shop, and then through permitted development to residential property. So some serious change there. We have a website note from the 25th of January that covers these changes in greater deal and really what's under each use classes order. So really quite an important one to look at if you're looking at changes of use. Again, highlight it again, changes of use, not works, for what actually might be allowed without a permission there. So now to look at some key rights under the permitted development rights or order as touched on earlier, 2015 regulations. So just briefly, Part 1 is development within the curtilage of a dwelling house. We have published a website note on the 8th of February, which will look at what's under those permitted development rights much closer, and that's sort of extension, alterations, and that sort of thing, again, within the curtilage of a dwelling house. And then Part 2, I just thought worth noting, Jeremy's touched earlier on electric vehicle charging points, and I think it's something that's going to be growing with net zero targets. Landlords might want to consider it as part of something they have on a property, as tenants will be requiring more electric vehicle charging points with usages and vehicle demands rising, and then the obvious crisis we're facing at the moment with fuel prices. People are then going to be looking more at electric vehicles, and therefore you might want to consider fitting these to properties, not only for yourself, but on, as I said, let property. There have been some grants in place with the government, and then you have permitted development rights for upstands and sockets as well. We have also published a website note on this for the whole of the UK, and you can look at that 31st of January, that one. Now to look at part 3 of the General Permitted Development Order. Many of you will be aware already of Class Q, and that is the permitted development right from agricultural buildings to C3 dwelling houses. So permitted developments have a number of restrictions and conditions and limitations to what is allowed under those developments, and these will be listed in the legislation. But just to look briefly at Class Q, you've got that the building must have been used solely for an agricultural use as part of an established agricultural unit. We have had a number of queries coming in about what is an established agricultural unit and whether you can split it to create a separate agricultural unit where you may have already had permitted development rights for an agricultural building, for example, because there's limitations there, which I'll cover in a minute. Established is the key point. You can't just split it, I don't think, to try and then get your Class Q there on a different part of it. So they must have been in use on the 20th of March 2013. The cumulative floor space of the dwellings must not exceed 450 square metres, consisting of up to 3 larger units or 5 smaller units of up to 100 square metres. So obviously your 5 smaller, you would then actually have 500 metres squared. And there's some talk that I've heard that perhaps you could get up to 865 with 4 smaller and 1 larger. I think we're yet to see whether this goes through, but some people are optimistic that that might work. As I said, permitted developments have restrictions, and under Class Q, they're quite extensive, and that is that they can't be military explosive storage area, they can't be in a safety hazard area, not a listed building, a scheduled monument, conservation area, AONB, National Park, SSSI. So this does limit where you can apply Class Q permitted development rights. Further to this, you've got that prior approval is actually required on 6 points. Those are transport and highways, and the impacts that they would have on development, the noise impacts, the contamination risks on the site, the flood risk on the site, and then the two that had caused many issues when this was first brought out, which is whether the location or siting of the building makes it otherwise impractical or undesirable for the building to change use. Impractical and undesirable, potentially not the clearest of terms used there in the legislation. And again, the design or external appearance of the building. This allowed a lot of local planning authority sort of subjectivity on whether something falls within this, and to begin with caused a lot of issues for some local planning authorities, with applications being turned down because they're impractical or undesirable. What does this mean? Luckily, government have then produced, in I believe 2018, some updated guidance on what is meant by these, and therefore what works can be allowed. So under the original legislation, you were not allowed, well, still you're not allowed to go with that outside of what is currently there, so you couldn't add on, for example, a porch. But this was then interpreted that if you had a barn that didn't have or had 1 or 2 windows, you couldn't add others to make it a suitable dwelling house. But now that guidance has allowed that you could add windows, for example, and it go through, and they've also provided guidance on the extent of works required and that sort of thing. A key part of Class Q, different to many planning permissions and other permitted development rights, is that development must be completed within 3 years. So this is a slight restriction, really, on Class Q rights. And therefore, if you have a client considering Class Q rights, you may want to also look at your financing, your sourcing of materials, and really plan the process before you go for the permission, because once the permission is, the permitted development right is approved, you have 3 years to complete this permitted development right. Now to look at Class R, a sort of lesser known of the permitted development rights, but actually a fantastic opportunity. So the Class R is the permitted development right for agricultural buildings to change use to flexible commercial use. Under this, they've chosen a different date, helpfully to help remember these rights, but is that the building must have been used solely for agricultural use as part of an established agricultural unit on the 3rd of July 2012, The cumulative floor space allowed was actually up to 500 square metres. So again, slightly different to Class Q with their 465, with variations, of course, but so a slightly larger floor space generally. The site cannot be in a military explosive area, a military explosive storage area, a safety hazard area, a listed building or a scheduled monument, but unlike Class Q, it could be in an AONB conservation area or SSSI, so slightly more flexible in where this right might apply. Again, prior approval is required on some, but you haven't got your design or external appearance, and you haven't got your impractical or undesirable point. So you are still required to have prior approval on the transport and highways impacts, the noise impacts, the contamination risks, and the flood risks. Different to Class Q, and slightly more familiar, is that the development must have been begun within 3 years. So arguably, potentially more of an opportunity there for some with Class R rather than what you may be more familiar with, which is Class Q, is you have slightly less restrictions and you have a different type of use because it's your flexible commercial use, and you could be bringing in more income and a different type of use of that whole area. And again, less restrictive. To touch now on those under Part 6, which is agricultural buildings and operations. This is permitted development rights for agricultural buildings. You have Class A and Class B as the main two under there. The difference being that Class A is for carrying out of these permitted development rights on agricultural land comprised in an agricultural unit of 5 hectares or more, whereas Class B is where there is less than 5 hectares for your established agricultural unit. The permitted development rights cover works for the erection, extension or alteration of a building, any excavation or engineering operations, and those which are reasonably necessary for the purposes of agriculture within that unit. So within your application, you're likely to need to, or you're going to need to say what it's for, and potentially have a plan of it being reasonably necessary. Class B is slightly more restrictive than Class A due to the size of the holding, with it being under 5 hectares. So you need to look at what is allowed, what the differences are between Class A and Class B. The majority will likely, though, be for Class A. And for both, development is not permitted where the building would exceed 100 square metres, or building or other works under the permitted development rights. The building cannot exceed 12 metres in height, and that's 3 metres if you're within 3 kilometres of the perimeter of an aerodrome, or whether it's if it's within 25 metres of a trunk or classified road. The point there being, check what your road is. It might look like quite a minor road, but actually you'd be surprised how many of them are actually classified roads. And again, the crucial one there being, it's not permitted if it's within 400 metres of a protected building, dwelling houses being a protected building. For more detail on your Part 6 permitted development rights, we have also produced a website note on this as part of our permitted development rights guidance, and that was from the 11th of January 2022. So as I said, you're not allowed under permitted development rights to have a building that's within 400 metres of a dwelling, and therefore it would require full planning permission. For a number of people, this is an issue for intensive livestock buildings, and therefore these would actually require full planning permission. And as I touched on in my previous presentation on water, you've also got the issue with slurry and silage storage. Currently, these also require full planning permission, unless I believe there's some that may be allowed under engineering operations, but the majority will still require full planning permission, and therefore there's a conversation to be had with government here, with targets changing to 6-month storage and the Slurry Investment Fund facilitating this change. Currently, those looking to expand at the moment in the first phase, that if they want to see these changes, permitted development rights would be a seriously good thing to bring through for slurry and silage stores. As I said earlier, this is going to reduce timescales, reduce cost, and allow these developments to go through much quicker and easier. So to summarise, you've got some seriously radical changes in the use classes order that I think have really gone under the radar, and we didn't fully appreciate the changes that came through under that to begin with, and actually there's a great opportunity to be had in what's allowed. I touched on the Class E, and then the ability to then use a permitted development right to go through to Class C3, residential dwelling houses. This is a great opportunity for many places. We've got Class Q. We know Class Q. It's a known opportunity. It's a great opportunity, being used widely and very successful, especially with the guidance brought out later. And then we've got Class R, not to be underestimated, a great opportunity, a different use, brings in an income with commercial use. To just highlight again, permitted development rights relate only to planning. So if you go for a permitted development right, do not then ignore the other requirements that are going to be needed for that right that you've exercised. You would still need to be compliant with building regulations, listed building consents, licenses, and the rest. So permitted development rights relate only to the planning and not other. I believe that's mine. There was a questions bit later on. If you've got questions, I would be happy to take them later. Thank you.
Thank you, Flossie. And thank you for the huge amount of work you've done, I know, on the web notes that back up that summary that are pan-UK. I think we opened a Pandora's box there and were quite surprised about what jumped out at us. So there's a lot there to take on board. The web notes are there if you need to know more. So thank you, Flossie. And as if by magic, our hybrid event gets really hybrid because, good morning, Rebecca, how are you?
Hello, welcome everybody. Yes, thank you for that, Andrew. I'm not doing too bad, thank you.
Good.
Are you ready for me?
We are, please. So if you now would like to present on what infrastructure is coming, and as I observed at Belton Woods last week, the fact that we've only given you 15 minutes means it's a challenge just to summarise it, let alone to deal with it, but I'm sure you'll do your best.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Can I just check I'm showing my slides?
They appear to be coming, yes, they're there. Yep, we're
Super.
all good.
Thank you. And as Andrew has mentioned, I'm really sorry that I haven't been able to be with you in person today. I have unfortunately tested positive for COVID, so I've decided to remain at a safe distance and I'm presenting from my home in Bristol. But I do look forward to meeting some of you at future events. Okay, so what infrastructure is coming? As if you didn't have enough already to digest this morning, this is going to be a very quick overview of really about a new sort of scale of infrastructure from a variety of sources. Infrastructure, and this probably feels like a long time ago now, it was highlighted in the Build Back Better sort of slogan that Boris was using, and it's also key to the Levelling Up white paper, and has been seen as really fundamental for the UK's recovery from the pandemic and also from our exit from the European Union. Again, something which now feels like an awful long time ago. Jeremy's already mentioned this already, but actually there is still a shortfall in housing. So whilst a lot of that will be in major conurbations and perhaps might not touch so much on our work, some of it will also be in more rural areas as well. The Levelling Up paper really sort of suggested a different formula so that there's not so much development concentrated in the southeast of the country, with more instead being invested in more homes in North and the Midlands. And again, Jeremy's mentioned this sort of ongoing shortfall that's continuing in terms of new houses being built, and the fact that in the last few years, more second homes have been purchased than new homes have been built, which has added to that pressure. Looking at transport then, so we've already got what is known as the largest infrastructure project in Europe happening, and is going to be going on for some time yet, HS2. And back end of last year, the Integrated Rail Plan was published, and it made a bit of a recommitment to parts of HS2, and the 96 billion on there is largely made up of HS2, but it also had some upgrade for some existing routes as well, which will involve many of you potentially and others in different parts of the country. So included in that, you're looking at the electrification of a route through York and Bradford and Wakefield, and that will require sort of lines, overhead lines, to be strung underneath structures such as bridges, etc., all of which may need to be either the bridge themselves may need to be increased in height, or the parapets may need to be increased in height so that people don't lean over and touch the wires. So actually, that electrification of the existing route will see lots of contractors needing to get access to existing railway lines, many of which will require compounds and access through farmers' fields. And again, similarly, there's digital signalling and an increased frequency of services on the East Coast Main Line. And again, that well could see a need for sort of compounds and access. It's not just about trains, though. There's also the road investment strategy, which is seeing some investment on some of the busiest roads and motorways. And I've put a few up there on the slide. As well as some investment in cycling and walking networks. The big infrastructure, which you're going to probably see a lot of if you haven't already, is regarding energy generation and distribution. Now, the National Grid paper predicted that, sort of forecast really, that demand for electricity is going to grow by 2050, somewhere between half as much as it is now to more than double than it is now. And that's driven by all sorts of things. We're really looking at electrifying, moving away from sort of petrol and diesel vehicles, with an estimated 11 million electric vehicles by 2030. And also this kind of need to come off the gas, which I suspect will be wanting to be accelerated with the likes of the Ukraine war, with 20 million heat pumps by 2050. So this demand for electricity and the need to kind of decarbonise the electricity will be leading to lots of renewable projects coming forward, potentially increased intensity, and already, again, to mention the Ukraine war, we're already seeing discussions of PDR rights, permitted development rights, being considered for smaller scale solar farms, with sort of a generous kind of policy guidance sort of being favourable towards larger scale solar farms as well. Who knows, maybe even wind farms will see some favourable planning policies come forward again. And I've popped on the slide there, you can view them, and they'll include new energy sites as well as expansions and increased capacity of existing sites. A link there to the Planning Inspectorate website where you can view NSIP applications and see what's potentially going on in your area. And I've also mentioned there some of the larger scale solar projects that we're seeing coming through at the moment, some really significant size. You know, there's one there for almost 3,000 acres in Suffolk. All of this, not only on the energy generation side, but that presents an issue with our existing grid. The grid at the moment doesn't have the capacity for all this additional transmission and distribution, and so a significant project of works will be needed to upgrade the existing grid. Again, very likely to impact many of your clients, with contractors wanting to traipse across fields to either upgrade existing infrastructure or install new infrastructure. And to give you sort of a rough sort of scale, the size of the pie really in terms of sector, energy takes almost 2/3 of that, representing that sort of blue part of the chart there shown on the screen. And again, as I sort of mentioned, I think there's going to be an increased focus on this, really accelerated by the war in Ukraine, and the need to move away from gas and oil, and really to become more sustainable on the energy generation front. So that's energy. Now moving to water, there's also plans here. The government has asked water and sewerage companies to produce plans looking at their current and future capacity over the next 25 years to consider things such as population growth and the pressures of climate change that we all have to kind of prepare for. These are due to be consulted on at some point this year and due to be in place by 2023. But I think what we can predict from that is it's very likely that flowing from those plans, excuse the pun, will be some more investment in either upgrading existing infrastructure or indeed installing new infrastructure to deal with population growth and the pressures of climate change. Storm overflows have specifically been in the press recently, and there's additional responsibilities in the Environment Act for companies to sort of reduce the sort of discharge of unclean water when there's storms. Currently, the commitment is 3.1 billion on storm overflow improvements alone, but that may of course change. Telecoms, there'll be more on telecoms from me later on this afternoon, but the government in the white paper, Levelling Up white paper, has again reaffirmed its commitment for the UK to have gigabit capable broadband by 2025. That's still going on and still being rolled out, as well as all of the UK, or most of the UK, I should say, to have at least 4G coverage by the end of 2025. So the real commitment there, probably heightened with the demands of the pandemic, but that commitment from the government there wanting the UK to have good network coverage on both for the internet and mobile coverage. On top of any new agreements or new infrastructure that's being installed, there's also quite a significant backlog of renewal of agreements of those existing masts and existing infrastructure that exists, where operators have been really holding back on renewing a lot of the agreements, hoping for more favourable terms with decisions in cases from the tribunal and a bill that's currently going through Parliament at the moment. Those seem to come in surges, but from what I understand, there are actually thousands of renewals agreements awaiting to be renewed. So there could indeed be surges of work just on the renewal front alone as well. More generally then, on climate change, there's the Environment Agency has their long-term investment scenario, which was updated in July last year. And that really looked at the investment that they need to make in terms of the assets that they currently have, which many of which will be deteriorating, so they need to be maintained, but also will need investment again to cope with population growth and indeed increased risks from climate change. And the new optimum sort of level has been put at £1 billion per annum, being quite a significant increase on previous years. Again, potentially, depending on where your client's land is, you could see the Environment Agency wanted to come across your client's land for this purpose. But it's not just the Environment Agency looking at climate change, it's also other infrastructure providers as well, considering how they might need to protect their existing assets, particularly coastal assets, as an example. And the picture on the screen there is from quite a few years ago now. That was down in Dawlish with the storm that happened when the track was swinging in the air. That's becoming something that's a fairly common phenomenon now with infrastructure assets, road and rail and others being vulnerable to storms. And more recently, that's a picture from Storm Arwen that brought down lots of power cables. Again, all of these companies will be looking at their current infrastructure and how they can make them more resilient to climate change. And of course, as well as protecting the existing infrastructure, any new infrastructure projects have got increased sort of standards, if you like, to meet, and they have to consider climate change in their design. So you might well find that one of your clients may be approached for fairly significant areas, for example, just purely for flood mitigation, because they have to meet these higher thresholds now for what used to be 1 in 200-year flood events, arguably possibly happening more frequently. So there's a question there, is there enough work for us then? Is there plenty of demand for our skills? I think I probably answered that question as in yes, there is definitely, and that demand is increasing exponentially. That's the picture on the left there is just an extract from the publication from the Infrastructure and Projects Authority, which looked at the increase in workforce required to deliver the predicted pipeline of infrastructure work over the next sort of 10 years. They didn't look at more ancillary services, such as the likes of rural valuers or architects, but more just generally at the construction staff that was required. And they predicted shortfalls in those particular sectors. The problem we have is, with all of the work that's going on, are there enough valuers to meet this demand with all this infrastructure needing to be delivered? I would put it to you that actually there is sufficient demand coming for you to start planning this, whether you work for acquirers or whether you work for claimants. The same is true on both sides. The action is needed now for consideration to how you can attract people to infrastructure and for people to consider utilities and infrastructure as a potential career. That might be a career change, if not necessarily someone new into rural surveying. Recruitment is a problem, and all of the infrastructure companies that I've spoken to have said that they're all struggling to find the right people with the right levels of experience, and they're effectively poaching from each other. But there's a role there for recruitment and also for training and developing people, possibly not necessarily from a rural background, but to provide them with the right skills, knowledge and experience, and provide that supportive environment so that you then retain those people, so that when you make that investment, those people stay and they continue to work in infrastructure, because there is simply plenty of work and it should provide a solid foundation for people who are looking to work in this area. Thank you very much. I'll hand back. I believe Rich is now stepping on the podium.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, I think we could all recognise your conclusions there. There's a huge amount of work, and there's not enough people to do it from whichever side of that particular fence you sit. But thank you for that, and we look forward to welcoming you back after lunch to the gift that keeps on giving. But before we get to the code, Richard is going to talk to us about natural capital, markets and biodiversity net gain. Mr. Sanders, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Andrew, I'm going to touch a little bit on general natural capital, a bit of scene setting, and then look closer at biodiversity net gain, a developing area of policy coming forward with some interesting considerations and some interesting broader considerations as well. It's been mentioned already, but I think it's worth looking at this. Lots of you will probably be familiar with this infographic. Natural capital is the stocks of natural assets, air, land, water, and all living species. And then from that natural capital come flows, ecosystem services. From those flows, society gets benefits. That at least is the high-level idea. Those impacts on the natural world have negative impacts on society then. The flows are affected. Jeremy mentioned the Dasgupta report, and the Dasgupta report showed how interconnected the economy is with the natural world. And so governments have a range of tools and ways in which they can address impacts on the natural world. And as biodiversity net gain is a market to be created through regulation, as we'll see later, I thought it's worth touching on this quickly. The things set up there come from a policy study. There's a hidden reference just in the bottom. I didn't come up with them. They're for addressing they're environmental intervention, but they work in sort of broader ways as well. From left to right, they're arranged in the sort of least restrictive to most restrictive, free market at one end, nationalisation at the other. And so for biodiversity net gain, this falls somewhere in the range of output-based interventions, so the requirement that we deliver a 10% uplift, we'll have a look at this later, and then also in those input-based interventions, and this is how you measure it as well. And sort of lots of other, I've sketched a couple out there without thinking too hard about them, and how they range to be delivered. HS2, nationalised delivery, they buy the land, they deliver the project. And a couple of other considerations there as well. Some people may disagree with where I've placed them. Some companies have seen the value of natural capital. Water companies, Flossie mentioned deals done by water companies for natural-based solutions. They see the economic value. It's cheaper for them to plant trees, natural filtration of water, hold back flooding, and all those sorts of things, as opposed to deal with it with hard engineering, filtration, treatment further down the line. And so they see the trade-off there. Otherwise, they've been falling as externalities. They come on broader society without the cost to those doing the impact, and biodiversity loss is one of these. And so then government steps in with regulations to try and turn those externalities back into those who are benefiting from the activity. That's the high-level scene setting for biodiversity net gain. That's what is trying to be achieved. We have the polluter pays principle. Those doing the damage should be in charge of making good. Using regulations to create a market to deliver habitat improvement. So biodiversity net gain, it's not a new concept. It's been a policy concept for a number of years. We published a centenary scholarship on it in 2015 by Charlie Russ. Very interesting, some international examples in there. That's available on the website. Like I said, polluter pays principle. And it all came to a head in the Environment Act, which put into law an obligation that biodiversity gain would be delivered for development, and now recently there's been a consultation opened onto the implementation of those regulations and the secondary legislation that's going to be coming through. So how that's going to come in, the Environment Act amends the Town and Country Planning Act. This is for town and country planning development. There are other considerations for infrastructure, which we'll touch on later as well. That requires all development to meet the net gain objective. The net gain objective is 10% post-development value as measured with the statutory metric. Be running through some examples shortly. Higher targets can be set. Secretary of State can amend the statutory target, or local authorities can set a higher target within their local planning policy. Some local planning authorities are early adopters, and they've gone in for net gain development already. Higher offsetting requirements, higher net gain requirements might mean larger offsetting markets, but it's extra pressure on developers. So does that then bring development down? What's the balance? What's working through into the market? There's a little bit of napkin maths later, looking at some of these, but there's a lot that's unknown yet on the size of the market coming through. The theory of this is that land assessed as high biodiversity value doesn't become development, and then the money flows to that land that can be improved for biodiversity as well. Current consultation sets out the implementation to come into force from November 2023. It's 2 years after royal assent to the Environment Act. All development under the Town and Country Planning Act, with some exemptions, which we'll look at, and also NSIP development as well, come on to later. So the exemptions, just to touch on a few, householder applications, you're not going to have to be doing this for your porch extension. Where there are permitted development rights, they're not proposing to require a biodiversity net gain assessment where there are permitted development rights. Bit of a maybe political crunch here in those areas where permitted development rights have been restricted by an Article 4 declaration, and then this then having to do a biodiversity gain assessment as well, where others aren't having to. It can be a bit of a sort of, may feel a little unfair in certain areas, and perhaps there'll be a bit of political pushback through the consultation. A de minimis area, obviously this has to be workable, and so they're asking what's the smallest sort of development that needs an assessment from this point of view. Consultation has very low, 5 metres squared, 10 metres squared, and the examples given are for things like street furniture, lamps. But, it's an open consultation. They're asking reasonably open questions here, and so whether they will then up it, and something that Jeremy and I were discussing in preparing our response to the consultation is actually maybe there's a threshold for units. So how much do you need to offset as the result of your development? Doesn't necessarily matter the size of your development, but if you only need to offset a fraction of a credit, perhaps that's your de minimis instead. And so be interesting to see where that's set when all of this is worked through. Interesting question of where planning consent is needed for an offsetting project. Some, let's call them environmental works, need planning consent. Consider a pond. So if you're creating a pond in order to offset from a development, if you also have to deliver 10% net gain on your pond, then you've just lost a whole tranche of units from that creation already. Consultation suggests that you shouldn't have to do it, and I think that makes sense. There's no sort of polluter pays balance to be done here. There's no impacts to be put back. It's all worked through in the metric. So there seems to be some understanding of that. And finally, the question of brownfield land. Brownfield land, perhaps slightly counterintuitively, but when you actually run through what brownfield sites might look like, can be quite high value. They scrub up, good for butterflies, good for insects, invertebrates, and those sorts of things. That then clashes with other policy objectives, political pressures to leave greenfield alone, political pressures to develop brownfield, and how that aligns and is worked through. So another consultation question there. Small sites have a slightly different setup. Small sites, 0.5 hectares or fewer than 10 houses. Same methodology, but simplified. There's a slightly different metric. Lower barrier for use, in theory, a lesser burden on developers. But still the same 10% biodiversity net gain requirement, and still the same 2-year transition period that's proposed for full developments, for larger developments. And looking at how these will work, we think there needs to be quite a liquid, efficient market in place. Otherwise, the transaction costs, you could be facing the same transaction costs as a small developer, agreements, assessments, legal fees, negotiation, all those sorts of things that a larger developer might, where they're getting better uplift, they're better able to wear the cost. And so there's a challenge there of how proportional this is and whether the market will deliver the answer. The government talks about technological solutions, and as with perhaps they talked about border checks, technological solutions for easing border transitions after Brexit and those sorts of things, and I think that technological solutions are excellent, but when they have to work to a hard and fast deadline, they're often a little bit slow to come in. So there are other solutions that need to be put in place there. Biodiversity values to be measured by the biodiversity metric as biodiversity units. I'll look at the workings of the metric later. Development should be designed to follow the mitigation hierarchy. It's not simply a case that we're crunching numbers and then we're saying, there you go, net gain. As set out, it's a 10% uplift in the value of biodiversity, unless otherwise specified. If they can't be delivered on-site, off-site offsetting could be used. If they can't get hold of units within that marketplace, there is a backup mechanism, a supplier of last resort, government credits, priced not to affect or negatively impact the development of the private market, and then that funding is ring-fenced for nature restoration and the sort of activities that would be funded by a private biodiversity market. Again, the pricing of those credits, the setup of that remains to be seen. When designing a scheme, not simply enough to crunch the numbers, as I've said. Mitigation hierarchy, many of you will be familiar with this already, something that should be worked through whenever there's going to be a negative impact on the environment. Impacts first avoided. Where that's not possible, they should be minimized. Where that's not possible, they should be remediated on site, and finally, only then should they be offset. And the logic of this suggests that we should be doing most of our biodiversity work on site where possible. There are various arguments, scientific arguments, market arguments for saying that actually we're more efficient delivering biodiversity offsetting off-site, but the mitigation hierarchy works against that. And that's a balance that remains to be worked out. How much should we be doing on-site? How much can we do off-site? What does that mean for the future private markets? What sort of areas of land might be coming forward? The development application process, this is set out in the consultation. As a rough sketch, a biodiversity gain plan will have to be submitted with the planning application. The plan will have to be approved by the local authority before the development can be probably commenced. In this case, the biodiversity gain plan is going to have to show the pre-development biodiversity value on the site, on-site mitigation works to be undertaken while the development goes on, any off-site offsetting, post-development value of the site as well, any proposed purchase of statutory credits, outline and a schedule of works for phased developments. Developments obviously don't all happen in one go, so how is it going to assess the biodiversity values as the development goes on, all achieving 10% biodiversity net gain, biodiversity metric used as the standard measurement. And any of those off-site offsetting is going to have to be secured through an appropriate method, being either a planning obligation or a conservation covenant, and I'll look at agreements shortly. Natural England are working on a gain template. There's one in the back of the consultation. CAAV also have a biodiversity gain report and audit template, which is very useful, and there's a lot of cross-pollination going on there between what CAAV are undertaking, that's the Chartered Institute for Ecologists and Environmentalists, what they're undertaking and what Natural England are doing as well. They're working quite closely together. As I mentioned, NSIPs also. Rebecca's sketched out what's going to be coming. There's a lot here, potentially lots of areas for biodiversity net gain. An amendment to the Environment Bill during the debate brought NSIPs into scope where it wasn't before, to take effect from November 2025. The government's going to set out requirements in forthcoming biodiversity gain statements to be published 2 years prior to implementation. It's important to remember that this is in additional, it's in addition to any existing mitigation requirements. So it doesn't replace your species work that has to be done already. It doesn't replace flood mitigation. A question of how it can be delivered on those areas as well, bit of additionality, maths to be done, but we should be working through, it's almost a separate step. It helps to conceptualize it like that. What do I already need to do? And then there's this additional requirement that we're 10% above. Couple of interesting features in the consultation. The first is developers' ability to use a portfolio approach. Developers are often national. They have a large portfolio, a large estate. The maths of the metric sort of leans towards favouring, or it does favour local delivery of offsetting. But there's a question in the consultation about how the requirements could be relaxed a little bit to allow, let's say, National Rail to use biodiversity work done up here to offset a development that they've got going on down in the southwest, and how that can be translated across. Not necessarily an ability that is closed off from other developers as well, but the special needs of NSIP development perhaps looking for a little bit of loosening there. A slightly controversial question perhaps is the ability for developers to use compulsory purchase to deliver biodiversity net gain. So where they're not delivering 10% net gain, they could compulsorily purchase a little bit of extra land in order to do it. The consultation suggests that this shouldn't be allowed, they should be forced to operate in the market. Knowing the contentions that happen with compulsory purchase already, that seems to be a good suggestion. Can sort of perhaps looking forward a little bit to arguments around, do developers need as much land for their mitigation? How does biodiversity net gain overlap with mitigation and land take and those sorts of things? A complex and an area for future, probably to be worked out in the marketplace, less at the policy level. Onto the metric and the measurement then. we published a series of notes. There's a large consolidated note on this on the website. There's more examples in there, more working through a bit more context. And so if anyone's interested, do have a look at those. This is a quick screenshot from the front page of the biodiversity metric. It's an Excel-based spreadsheet with automatic calculations in there. A good framework here. Private markets rely on standard weights and measures. They have done for as long as they've been in existence. They are, so for biodiversity net gain, we can follow this broadly applicable framework as we could with any other natural capital markets. Where are we? Where do we want to go? How are we going to get there? We're currently at version 3.0. It says here likely that it represents closely the version that would be adopted. I attended Saim's spring conference yesterday, and a representative from Natural England said that 3.1 is coming soon. There were lots of groans in the room because everyone's just understood how 3.0 works. Only minor tweaks, apparently the value of woodland to be adjusted slightly. And I think that was about the only one mentioned, but we will be having a look at how that interacts with the calculations that we've done. Produced and published by the Secretary of State, can be amended by the Secretary of State following consultation, and 3.1 will be the version probably going to consultation as well. Some debate over the relative values of habitats, and that sort of can be worked through in the amendments. The Natural England can take account of those sorts of things, laid before Parliament for adoption. It might sound, the discussions of measurement might sound a little blue sky, perhaps, and some people may wonder, well, an ecologist will be doing this. Why understand it in too much detail? We think there's some quite relevant implications here, particularly for those in areas affected by these markets and with opportunities in these markets. Understanding of the relative values of habitats can help provide strategic advice to clients who are looking at land use questions and future changes. There's also the ability to get involved in the co-design of offsetting schemes. So to understand reports prepared by an ecologist, perhaps to take the red pen to them where necessary. We've heard anecdotally of these schemes, sort of early adopter schemes, where the initial report from the ecologist is a radical change that has significant impacts on the agricultural business. A second ecologist employed by the agent in question was able to deliver the same number of biodiversity units, the same uplift, with a much lessened impact on the agricultural business. And so this sort of understanding, not simply taking the advice but working with the ecologist to deliver an effective scheme, could be a very important area of giving advice. And also, unlocking opportunities, being able to say, well, how can we make this work, instead of simply saying it's not going to work. There could be business opportunities here. There's also future practical implications. It's a regulatory tool. Often regulatory tools then get more wider adoption. I'll touch on additionality, questions and challenges of additionality later, but one answer to these is a bundled unit. And so might we see the sort of measurement of a habitat unit that serves up your carbon and your biodiversity and your water, can all be bundled into one on a habitats basis, and then can be sold as a bundled credit together. Maybe the metric will also be used for ELMS considerations. Hard to know, but understanding a bit of what sort of measurement goes on can be a very useful exercise. Within the good practice guidance for biodiversity net gain, there's 10 principles. The metric is only half of one of those principles. It's the measurement. Good measurement is the principle, and the metric, using the metric, is only half of that. So scheme design as a whole is important. So I'll be doing some sort of hard numbers, as it were, later, but other questions of scheme design are very important as well. Functionality of habitats, so it's not just scrub that we're replacing, it's scrub that provides food for a certain butterfly. There's a slight question of purity over practicality coming through in this, and that is obviously when you speak to those who are interested in the environmental, ecological side of this. Perhaps the purity comes out more when you're interested in those people interested in the market side of this, in the land use change of this. Perhaps the practicality comes through more in the developers. And finding that balance as the market evolves is going to be an interesting thing as it works through. There's trading rules, they're up here briefly, when providing offset habitats. Broad policy of like for like or like for better. So if we're losing grassland, it should probably be grassland that we're replacing. Key feature of the metric is that it works on a habitat basis and then uses that as a proxy for biodiversity. In the future, they're looking at how they can integrate species into it, but the habitats foundation is what they're looking at. Currently, metric divides habitats into 3 broad classifications: area habitats, you've got grasslands, wetlands, etc. Linear habitats, hedges, trees in a line, and then rivers as well under that linear one. Rivers includes canals, culverts, ditches. Those broad categories are then subdivided, more or less following UK habitat classification, shorthand UKHAB, which some of you may have come across already. And then if they're not subdivided into the UKHAB, there's some guidance that goes along with the metric for habitats assessment. It calculates the values of habitats through a series of multiplier. So your final value is X times X times X times X, etc., etc. Some of those multipliers being less than 1, therefore reducing your final score. The multipliers are listed here: area, distinctiveness, condition, location, and then some to assess risk as well. And I'll look at some of these going through. The first and the sort of the survey question when looking at doing an assessment is area. For area habitats, for the broader habitats, 1 in the metric relates to 1 hectare. For linear habitats, 1 relates to 1 kilometre. The assessed site should be subdivided not just into habitat types, but also into the habitat types in different conditions as well. An overly simplified diagram taken from the user manual there. The guidance in the metric says that the surveyor should avoid going below 1 metre squared, which allows for some pretty detailed surveying. You can imagine doing a 4 hectare field on a 1 metre squared basis. But what this allows for is for field corners, areas of scrub in the middle of the field, as many of the variations you can think of. The surveys can be done in detail. And again, we've got this purity versus practicality question coming up as well. So there's the maps. And there are the tables that go with the maps taken from the user manual. And just as an illustration, you've got 2 lowland meadows. So same broad habitat type, poor condition, moderate condition, and then there to be assessed separately. So that's how you can split everything out. That's the sort of level that, that's being worked through here. So looking at on-site assessments first, and then this sets the sort of the base methodology for calculating off-site assessments as well. The location of the site is important. If the habitat's within an official local strategy, a couple listed here, but I think of particular interest is the future, the coming local nature recovery strategies. Jeremy mentioned how they might be a second volume to your local development plan. Then the multiplier is 1.15, so you're getting a 15% boost on the value there. There's official strategies for rivers as well. Areas and hedgerow habitats, if they're in a desirable strategic location but not identified in any plan, they receive a boost of 10%. That's to be agreed with the local planning authority. Are they desirable, or perhaps are they not desirable? Following the mitigation hierarchy, the intention is to be doing as much as possible on site. We could be creating new high-value habitat, improving the condition of other habitat, or in agreement with the local authority, restoring lost habitat that was there previously. When calculating those post-development values, there's 2 risk multipliers that need to be taken into account. They're accounting for risk, as suggested. That's the temporal or remoteness multiplier and the difficulty multiplier. They're fixed within the metric. You can't suggest that you're better at creating habitat than the metric thinks that you are. If it says it's going to take 30 years to establish trees, you can't say, well, I know a shortcut that only takes 15 years. They're set within the metric. The surveyor doesn't have the option to change them. That time to completeness multiplier, the metric is interested, or the values within the metric reward those habitats that are easy to deliver and will be achieved soon. They get to their target conditions soon. The multipliers are such that habitats that take a long time to achieve their target condition can be reduced by up to 70% of their value, so significant impact. The difficulty multiplier does what it says on the tin, and you can see the multipliers there. So there are some habitats that are easy to create, and you might even have a challenge to stop spreading. They get a multiplier of 1. Their value isn't impacted. There are some habitats that are very challenging to establish properly, and they get a multiplier of 0.1. So we're losing 90% of the value of that habitat because of the fact that it's challenging to implement. And so, this is going to shake down in the questions later of how we're setting up schemes and what sort of values are coming through. Maybe of more interest to people today is the offsite offsetting. This is where credits might be traded. This is where schemes might be entered into. This is for the shortfall in net gain where we haven't been able to meet our mitigation on-site. Process is broadly the same as on-site calculations. Baseline, account for the loss of the habitat, account for the value created or the enhanced habitat. We've got one more multiplier to look at, and that's the spatial risk multiplier. Within the metric, there's a weighting in favour for both ecological and also social reasons. It's seen that habitats created closer to the development are of greater value than those created further away. How this works within the metric is it works on an LPA or national character area basis. If you're in the same LPA or national character area, your multiplier is 1. If you're in a neighbouring one, it's 0.75, 25% reduction. If you're outside local or neighbouring, it's 0.5. And so that's how the theory is that that offsetting stays closer to development. A fun question is what happens with development right on the boundary? If you're offsetting half a mile away, could be reduced in value to your offsetting 45 miles away the other side of a train line and the other side of a large town or village. And so there's some questions here probably to work through in the consultation about, are these arbitrary boundaries, political boundaries that we're drawing that your field mouse probably doesn't really care whether he's in Mid-Devon or East Devon. So an interesting question there. Do your residents of Mid-Devon mind if their replacement habitat is in Mid-Devon, or whichever way around it works? A quick example, lots of assumptions, lots of things read into, lots of things brushed over. Again, as I said, the note published has more detail on this and some considerations. And with the change in metric coming, some of these values may change, but the theory should remain broadly the same. The plan is to convert 3 hectares of cereal crops, and we're going to go to 2 hectares of lowland calcareous grassland, and we're going to plant the remaining hectare with mixed woodland. So we need to do the baseline. Lots of assumptions. I've written down few assumptions, but there's lots of assumptions. Site's going to be worth 6 units as our baseline. They're going to be lost because we're replacing those agricultural cropland units with habitats of higher value. So those need to be accounted for later. There is the proposed delivery of 5.83 units through the 2 hectares of good condition calcareous grassland and 3.84 units through the 1 hectare of mixed woodland. That's how, there's all the multipliers relating to what they relate to. Remoteness multiplier in there, difficulty multiplier. That's how the maths shakes down. So we need to take account of those ones that we're going to lose initially. So we've got 9.67 units gross, but there's the baseline leaving us with 3.67 units. A very broad brush, high level assessment. The question is this the most efficient use of that site for offsetting? There's a huge range of choices available. Our boundaries are perhaps the needs of the developer. Do they need to be replacing grassland with grassland, woodland with woodland, and also the ecological characteristics of the site? Are we going to be replacing coastal marshland 700 metres up a hill? Unlikely. And so those are the parameters that we need to work within, but then there's lots of questions of scheme design. What's there? What can we improve? What can we deliver? Just looking at two quick alternatives, if we'd been in a local strategy and hitting that 1.15 multiplier, 15% boost, we've got 4.21 net units. So there's a value there to being in those local strategies. If we'd planted gorse scrub instead of woodland, we've got 8.23 net units. One of the quirks of the metric is how valuable gorse scrub is for ecological considerations. I mean, the consideration that that's the difficulty and remoteness multiplier coming into play there. Again, as I've mentioned, scheme design as a whole needs to be considered. We can't just be creating thousands of hectares of gorse scrub and saying job done, as easy as that might be. The conclusion here is that higher sort of efficiency of land use means either we can sell more units out of that land or we can reduce the land required to offset the development. So the most obvious implication of this is that relative value of habitats. You know, what are we creating, what can we create, and where are we going to create it? So again, coming back to that risk multiplier impact, the distinctiveness scores of good condition mixed woodland and good condition gorse scrub are actually the same. And then it's purely those risk multipliers that are creating the difference here between the two of them. Another way to conceptualize this, and perhaps if you're looking from a developer point of view, is the ratio of habitat required to offset your on-site impacts. And so to establish the same unit value for woodland, again, lots of assumptions, we want a ratio about 1 to 10. So 1 hectare of chopped down woodland is going to need about 10 hectares of woodland to replace it. So try and avoid chopping down the trees on your site. For mixed scrub, you're 1 to 1.4. So you can grub up that scrub more happily than you can chop down your trees. And so when designing or developing a development or an offsetting scheme, these are the sorts of considerations that we should be taking into account. And then coming on to that strategic advice that arises from this and looking at those multipliers. The strategic location multiplier, that 15% increase, the local nature recovery strategies are going to be prepared soon. They'll be built up of previous other documents of high biodiversity value areas, lots of evidence already locked away in the hands of local authorities in various different places on Magic and et cetera, et cetera. Many of you will be familiar with the mapping as it layers up. But is there a sort of strategic position to be here, to be used here? An interested client could perhaps be surveying their species diversity, reporting that information to a local wildlife trust, you know, working hard to show how valuable their land is and to get it into the local nature recovery strategy with a view that it's going to be more value in the future. Other clients might be eyeing some development, so they'll be working very hard that no one knows the diversity of insects that they have or those sorts of questions. But a bit of forethought there could create a bit of good future positioning. And importantly, if the landowner enters into a scheme, what's the long-run impact on the land? These are 30-year agreements. Come on to agreements in a minute. What's going to be the facts on the ground at the end of 30 years? The Forestry Act means that you have to get a license to fell trees, and any trees you do fell, you're likely to have to replace. So that land is in trees, more or less for perpetuity. There's sort of oft-reported, will I be creating an SSSI? I asked someone about this once, and they said, well, you know, in all the years that countryside stewardship's been going on, this hasn't really been a significant issue. But if we're doing good high-value habitat work here, maybe there will be some extra designation that comes on, and we should be considering not 30 years, but the risk of perpetuity here. Then coming on to those agreements and with the mention of the 30 years. On-site, for at least 30 years after the development is completed, as I've mentioned, planning obligation or condition. Off-site, slightly less clear here within the legislation and the consultation. It says to maintain the enhancement for at least 30 years after the completion of those works being the habitat enhancement or creation works. In theory, this would suggest that you could create your woodland today, you could sell it as an offset in 10 years' time, and there's only 20 years left to run on that agreement. Elsewhere, I've been told that the 30 years starts from the point that you sell the offsetting for the development. This is something we're going to ask for clarification on through the consultation. There's additionality questions coming in here as well. Conservation covenants, they've been put into law by the Environment Act. They're a positive obligation that will run with the land as a local land charge. They're to be made by deed and so therefore involve a solicitor. As I said, they run with the land, and so there's questions for I've forgotten the word, when someone inherits the land afterwards. So there's succession. Thank you very much, Kay. Questions for succession here. And, often it's been suggested that these schemes are more successful where the second generation, the generation set to inherit, has actually has shown interest in going into it and has suggested that it might be a good business avenue. And that takes that concern away from the current generation. What's going to happen to my land in the future? Whose hands does it tie and how? Conservation covenants to be signed between a landowner and a responsible body. Who can be a responsible body is to be set out by secondary legislation, likely to be a sort of perhaps a third sector organisation with a primary interest in conservation and environmental matters. And it's that responsible body who's going to be responsible for holding the landowner to those obligations. That's where the agreement, that's where the contractual obligation comes in. Likely to relate to land in a different ownership to the development, and so then we could see some interesting relationships here. It could be that the landowner enters into the agreement and then delivers the offsetting themselves. Or, as we've seen in a couple of models, a third party could take a lease for the required amount of time, and then they could deliver the biodiversity works while paying the landowner a rent for access to the land. A whole range of possibilities here. The question is, who's going to be undertaking the management activities? Who bears the risk? And we've got I've got a nice sort of market schematic to look at with some nice colours on in a minute, that's worth spending a bit of time looking at if you're interested. This is a publication that we put up on the website. Jeremy's mentioned it already. Draft heads of terms asks as many questions as it might answer. I won't run through. You can see the ones set out there. I won't run through them in detail, but do have a look at that note on the website. And then the market, finally, closing on what sort of market might we see and what sort of prices. There's the colourful market schematic. Do have a look at that in your own time. Shows some interesting interactions and how things might function. What about market size? A key question. As we've seen, the mitigation hierarchy suggests that you should be doing your mitigation works on-site. An academic review that I saw suggested that 90% were delivering their net gain on-site. However, others have argued that scientifically and sort of in terms of efficiency of funding, it's better to do it off-site on large-scale projects. You see 80% either way. The government did a market analysis of this, and they assumed 50% primarily because it's the middle figure. Using that 50% then, and again, lots of assumptions, an annual demand for 6,200 units. That's a total annual value of 135 million a year. They estimate a delivery of 2.2 units per hectare, then tied up for 30 years. Estimated value per unit, that's between 20,000 and 25,000 pounds selling your unit. But thinking about profit margins, calculated that units cost on average £15,600 to deliver. So there's the margin. Profit of around £4,000 to £10,000 per unit. On a hectare basis, that's between £260 and £670 per hectare per year. Briefly comparing to agricultural incomes, total income from farming in 2022, including subsidy, was £389 per hectare per year. So competitive at the top end, uncompetitive at the lower end, uncompetitive with those who are getting good income, perhaps more competitive with those who are getting less income. Again, as Jeremy has mentioned, right terms, right price. The Environment Bank, a business that some people may be familiar with, a more proactive habitat bank developer, they've suggested, an example I saw that they were presenting yesterday, is a delivery of 4 units per hectare. And so then that's cutting in half all of those, that hectare requirement. So so it's the same unit requirement, but about half the land again. So these aren't necessarily massive markets, but there could be local opportunities. In the interest of time, I won't go into habitat banking, but it's more or less the pre-creation of a habitat so it can be sold easily and efficiently into the market. Some questions then of where the sort of values might come. Maybe we'll see it delivered in a fashion similar to land pooling. There could be hyper-local opportunities. Developers, as they do with playing fields and public open space, maybe they'll extend the red line to include that land that's needed for biodiversity net gain, and so then there's opportunities here. A question of additionality, very complicated. Can we be delivering biodiversity net gain on land that's needed for other bits and pieces? Can we be selling carbon as well? This is from a study from the Woodland Carbon Code. You can see how many additionality considerations you have to do. Complex and requiring clear advice. Stacking and bundling. Habitats create biodiversity, but also they hold back water, they sequester carbon, they do all sorts of things. How can we sell as much of that environmental crop as possible without tripping ourselves up? And then finally, not necessarily additionality, but what I'll call adjacency, is what are the sort of corresponding opportunities here? Regenerative farming is a very hot topic at the moment. Is there the opportunity to use biodiversity net gain income to sort of de-risk a transition to conservation grazing, high welfare, high value meat? And so there's another income stream there that we're not having to worry about our additionality so much. Or even more radical land use changes. Solar developers are very good at claiming biodiversity net gain for themselves. I've seen someone claim 170% biodiversity net gain from their site. I think the maths was slightly off, but they're good at doing environmental works that aren't necessarily going to be that impacted. So what's the scope here for selling units as well? Who's in charge of the land? Who's going to own that uplift in units? Hydro storage schemes, reservoirs, all these questions coming through. And I suppose the key pitch of the rural value and the rural advice and the advice of CAAV members is that holistic framework of understanding all these considerations, all the opportunities, and then the land use costs and all those other questions as well, and being able to fit that into coordinated strategic advice for clients. So a bit of a rapid run through, but I'm happy to take any questions or do catch me later as well.
Thank you, Richard. If we could get Rebecca back on screen, please. So thank you, Richard, and to Rebecca and to Flossie for those three presentations. We have got time for a few questions. So we start in the room. Are there any questions in respect of those last three presentations, please? Kate, and then one at the back after that, please.
Thanks, Andrew. Question for Richard. Well, a comment and a question. So the comment is, when you're responding to the consultation, can you please say no to more compulsory purchase powers? We don't want them to be able to compulsory purchase for BNG. Thank you. They've got enough as it is. The question is about sort of the habitat, and just picking up on a point that you made. I'm wondering if there's going to be any wider oversight of the kind of habitats that will be created through BNG, because it seems to me that the push will be for things where you can continue some kind of agricultural use, so species-rich pasture, species-rich meadows. So will we just end up with a whole load of species-rich grass all over the country, which some people would say isn't a bad thing, but it's not going to be very diverse? Is there that sort of wider oversight at a national level?
I think there's one thing that's interesting is that what will the market drive as well? And I know that the Environment Bank in their pitch, they need. There's two questions. There's an access to land question, is that this has to be delivered somewhere, and it's probably going to have to be delivered on agricultural land. And so then there has to be that sympathetic approach in order to get land to come forward for this. And so the Environment Bank make it explicit that their schemes allow continued agricultural use. They also are understanding of questions of taxation, and so they try to design their schemes to allow sufficient agricultural use for things to continue to qualify for agricultural property relief. It's a slightly more complex question than that, perhaps, but I think there is an understanding of these sorts of things. in terms of a more top-down view of what habitats are going to be required, the local nature recovery strategies are going to provide a bit of guidance for that. I think that they will identify priority habitats that should be enhanced and delivered, and then giving that 15% boost if you're in a local nature recovery strategy means that actually you're incentivized within the market to deliver what they're after anyway. And so there's strings being pulled behind the scenes for that. But, you know, it does remain to be seen that quirk of, we'll just turn it all over into gorse scrub. That is a bit of a question of purity over practicality and unintended consequences of trying to set up a market. And point well taken on the no more to compulsory purchase powers.
The point has been made, Kate, and is agreed. I think the influence of local nature recovery strategies on everything here is going to be significant. It might not be something that you want your land identified in, but on the other hand, it might. There was a question at the back, I think, please, Charlotte.
Thank you. One for Flossie. We're now 9-10 years on from 2012 and 2013 for uses Class R and Class Q. 2 points. Can that agricultural use have lapsed? Can that agricultural use have changed? Are those still relevant dates, and is that still relevant? And the second part to the question, can ownership have changed between 2012 and the time that the application is made?
Absolutely. So on the first point on the dates, not only have you got the dates, but within the legislation it also says 10 years. So 10 years previous that it must have been in agricultural use. And on the established agricultural holding, yes, it can change ownership. It's really on the factor of seeing that it is a agricultural unit. But yes, it can have changed ownership.
Would it still have to be an agricultural unit? In other words, the one I sell tomorrow, I understand say it's available for Class Q, might have lapsed because it's changed, because it's not on that unit then.
I don't think it wouldn't restart to need 10 years. It can have been in somebody else's ownership as an agricultural unit before that.
Yeah, but if it's sold with the possibility of Class Q, has that changed because the ownership has changed?
I wouldn't have said so, no, because the established agricultural unit
it's at that date that it's established. Lovely, that's fine, thank you.
Charlotte, one at the front here, please.
Also on Class R, actually, for the agricultural buildings for flexible commercial use. We didn't talk much about the alterations to these. Are we playing a similar game as we are on Class Q with this, or having got the Class R for flexible commercial use, are you reasonably free to alter the building?
You have to look again at the legislation exactly what's allowed in that, but it's again you are limited on what you can do as to what's under the legislation. Yeah, you can't sort of tack extra bits on. That would be a separate issue.
If it's structurally unsound, can you demolish it and rebuild it to make it look very similar?
I think that may fail your conversion point and change of use. That would definitely be development at that point.
Or partial.
I think you potentially could be pushing it there.
Okay. And just on the agricultural permitted development, there's absolutely no restriction for national parks on any of that, is there?
You'd have to look exactly at what you're looking at on your what development you're going for.
There's a Part 6, the permitted development rights for agricultural buildings and operations. There's no restriction in.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
We'd have to check.
Right. We're 5 minutes late for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, so I would suggest that is an appropriate time to break. Could we all please be back online or back in the room at 2 o'clock? Thank you very much.
I don't think there are, but I wonder if there is.